Hey folks, we still have plenty of time before we get started, but there's some coffee and donuts on the table behind right here. Just wanted to let everybody know those are available. Somebody brought those in for us. Very nice gesture. So if you've got a moment, just letting you know, coffee and donuts right back there. Good morning, everyone. This is your 2-minute warning. Let's start to find our seats, wind down conversations. We're going to get started very shortly. This is your 2-minute warning. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm showing 9 o'clock. Let's get started. Greg, you want to gavel us in? Do you have any opening comments? I'll give you the opportunity.
Good morning. Greg Murray. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thanks for a great day yesterday. I'm looking forward to our nice presentations and doing our voting later today. Have a great meeting. If I can do anything for you, let me know.
Thanks, Greg. Housekeeping before we get started. So there's a number of people who are here today who weren't here yesterday. Restrooms are down the hallway down the middle of this building. There are some additional ones downstairs. There's also an elevator if you need it in the rear of the building. Microphones. For the most part, we did a pretty good job. Just make sure you pull it up close to you and speak directly into it. If your head turns and the microphone doesn't move with you, you might be doing something wrong, because then we can't hear you. We can't get an accurate record of what you said. Your voice isn't going out on the internet. It's a whole thing, and everybody looks at me to fix it for you. If y'all just talk directly to the microphones, makes everybody's life easier. Couple of things. If you haven't signed in yet, please make sure that you take the opportunity to sign in downstairs. That's where all the handouts are, especially for folks in the back, cab members. You have everything in front of you. You also have your annual site environmental report summary directly in front of you. The link for that was sent out a few months ago, and you also know that the full version is online. We've got a couple of guys that are going to talk in great detail about that summary in just a few minutes. One other thing that I want to talk to you about this morning is anybody familiar with the concept of the lucky 10,000? The lucky 10,000. So at any given point, some mathematician sat down and figured this out. For everything that everybody supposedly knows, there are roughly 10,000 people every day who are learning it for the first time. And that today is many of you. There's a lot of things that you're going to be hearing about for the very first time. And it's a really awesome thing because it makes you part of the lucky 10,000 today, to where you're going to learn something brand new. And any day that you can learn something brand new is an awesome, awesome day. All right, with that, we've got a few presentations that we're going to take care of today. We're going to do the ACER and then the follow-up with the state report. That's the ESOP, and I promise those acronyms will be spelled out better for you later this afternoon, or as we move along. We'll go into a presentation on the waste recycle program. We'll take a break for lunch. We'll have a presentation from the ecology laboratory, and then we'll close out with the liquid waste model overview and demonstration. I sat through the dry run for that one. I think you folks are really going to appreciate what they've got to show with this modeling program that they're doing. After that, we'll do public comments, and then we'll take care of some board business. We've got some voting to take care of this afternoon. We've got to elect some subcommittee chairs. We've got to pass some recommendations or not pass them as the board moves along. Any questions about the agenda and what we're doing today? All right, we ready to get going? Let's start with the ACER. Matt, fellas, come on up.
Hey, good morning. My name is Matt Baker with DOE, part of the Environmental Quality Management Division, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to go over the 2021 Annual Site Environmental Report, which I will be shortening to ACER because that's a mouthful to say as many times as I'll say it probably. And I'd also like to go ahead and introduce my counterpart who will also be helping present, Jared Wicker. Jared came to the Acer in about the middle of this last year's production. So he came over to us from air compliance, and he stepped in and done a great job as the Acer project lead. Do I have to point this anywhere special? That would help, thank you. All right, presentation outline. We'll go through the environmental report, a little bit of the background. Then we'll talk about the highlights within the report for 2021. We'll talk a little bit about the summary report that you guys all have in front of you. And then we will go over a summary of the conclusions from the Acer. All right, so the annual site environmental report, or Acer, is required by Department of Energy Order 231.1 Bravo. It's our main way of communicating information about the environment to the public. So it talks about our environmental monitoring and surveillance and how we're meeting the requirements both for 231.1 Bravo and 458.1, which is the radiation protection to the public and the environment. We give compliance status with environmental standards and requirements, showing what we've met or maybe not met as the case may be. And we started publishing the Acer in 1959. And the last 20 Acers are available electronically, and we'll show you the website and also a QR code link to that at the end of the presentation. So this is the cover for the 2021 Acer. Just kind of like to point this out because we've been able to use pictures from the snapped photo contest for the last several years for the Acer. And so we'd like to try to use pictures that have been taken either by employees on site or by community members and submitted. It's kind of nice. It shows, we have the Augusta Canal in the bottom right-hand corner. And the main picture of the hummingbird was taken by Ross Fanning, who worked for SRS. We also have a Carolina Bay, which is local to for South Carolina's environment. All right, so what Jared will go over you a little bit more in the contents of the actual report are the 8 different chapters we have. As you can see, it goes from the introduction to our environmental management system, a compliance summary, the non-radiological environmental monitoring program, and then the radiological environmental monitoring program, our dose assessment, groundwater management programs, and quality assurance. And then the summary will also go over highlights and SRS accomplishments. The summary kind of provides a little bit more of an overview of the Acer. And then it features articles focused on the history and current commitments to environmental restoration and management that we have on site. And with that, I'll pass it on to Jared.
Good morning, everybody. Like Matt said, my name is Jared Wicker. I'm in the environmental monitoring program, and I'm the Acer project lead. Chapter 1 is where we talk about, as our introduction, this is where we feature that no regulatory commitment dates were missed, and all regulatory deliverables were completed on or ahead of schedule for 2021. All site permits were managed to ensure the environmental compliance, and the site received no violations as well in 2021. Another important milestone to note is that the management of SRNL, the Savannah River National Laboratory, was transitioned to the Battelle Savannah River Alliance June of 2021. I used to say June of last year, but now that we're in 2023, it doesn't really make any sense. Chapter 2 is our environmental management system chapter. During the 2021 SRS recycled 51% of their non-hazardous solid waste, about 242 metric tons. If you want to visualize it, it's the equivalent of 3 Orcas or 2.5 space shuttles. A space shuttle and a half. SRS reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 84% since 2008, which has exceeded our federal goals. Our fleet management goals are also exceeded by 87% with the current fleet of vehicles, including electric, hybrid, or vehicles fueled by E85 fuel. SRS received recognition as part of the DOE agency-wide sustainability awards under the Innovative Approach to Sustainability category for the P-Area Permeable Reactive Barrier Wall Project. In the top right corner is our advertisement for our 2021 Earth Day celebration. Restore Our Earth was the theme. And we posted a video on YouTube because during 2021 we still had a lot of COVID restrictions going on. Chapter 3 is our compliance summary. Again, SRS maintained full regulatory compliance for the year and did not receive any notices of violation. SRS managed 532 operating and construction permits for the year. Some important milestones to note are that the Title V Air operating permit was renewed and became effective April 1st of 2021. It's also important to mention that the Savannah River Tritium Enterprises established a relationship with the Department of Defense to request a mission-critical military end-use application for hydrofluorocarbons to allow them to continue to operate using HFCs for their national defense missions. No deficiencies were identified by the EPA or SCDHEC from their audits, inspections, or site visits during the year. And a third-party audit of the environmental management system, which we covered in the previous chapter, was performed in April, and the program was found to be conformant to ISO 14001:2015 standard. This slide introduces chapters 4 and 5 in our environmental monitoring program. We have effluent monitoring as part of our monitoring program, which monitors the points of release to the environment, DACs, outfalls. And then we have environmental surveillance, which shows our compliance with DOE requirements to monitor the effects of SRS operations beyond the effluent from the surrounding environment on and off site. We also do non-radiological samples and radiological environmental monitoring samples. And those are demonstrated in the pictures below. You can study up on them, and there'll be a test afterwards. So then leading into chapter 4 is our non-RAD environmental monitoring program. Contaminants for air pathways were below applicable permit and regulatory limits. For water pathways, releases from all categories except 3 industrial wastewater met permit limits and applicable standards. There were 3 exceptions of our 2,357 analyses. So we were still able to maintain a 99.9% compliance for our outfalls. All industrial stormwater outfalls and drinking water systems were compliant with applicable standards, and all surveillance media were consistent with background control locations and historic levels. Chapter 5 is where we talk about our radiological environmental monitoring program. Monitoring results for both air and water pathways for 2021 were below regulatory limits and consistent with historic levels. We also discussed that our hunts were canceled in 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But we were able to analyze samples from feral hogs to calculate dose to a sportsman that would hunt in the vicinity of the site. The dose was determined to be well below applicable standards as well. Chapter 6 is our radiological dose assessment. It shows the process of determining compliance with dose limits to the public and the environment. There were no significant events in 2021 that would have negatively impacted dose to the public. In 2021, the dose to the off-site representative person was 0.28 millirem from liquid releases and 0.017 millirem from air releases. The total representative person dose was 0.30 millirem, which is 0.30% of the 100 millirem per year DOA dose limit, a decrease from last year's 0.36 millirem. To kind of illustrate that better, we've got our graphic of a football field. So if the DOE limit at 100 millirem per year is the full length of the field, in 2021, SRS was at the 11-inch yard line, which I don't think that's a normal thing people say. Chapter 7 talks about our groundwater management program. In 2021, groundwater monitoring results indicated no exceedances of drinking water standards at site boundary wells. SRS also continued to remediate groundwater plumes by removing over 18,000 pounds of volatile organic compounds from the groundwater, which also prevented over 50 curies of tritium from reaching SRS streams. For the last 3 years, tritium has not been detected in Georgia groundwater monitoring wells, so it shows that it's not going under the river. Chapter 8 is our quality assurance chapter. Virtual DOCAP audits were held for 4 treatment, storage, and disposal facilities in 2021. The audits found that facilities to be in good standing and eligible to continue to provide services to DOE. Quality control samples identified no defects and analytical results from the surveillance and monitoring programs. SRS implemented some continuous improvement initiatives by using a portable refrigerated sampler and flow meter with modem communication and a camera technology for automation and calibration checks, which can be controlled from computer or cell phone remotely. SRS continued to use DOCAP and SCDHEC certified laboratories to analyze environmental monitoring samples, and on-site and subcontracted laboratories maintained SCDHEC certification for all analyses. And this graphic kind of shows our QA/QC relationship. And then your summary report that's in front of you is where we use magazine-style articles to summarize the results of the ACER and point out things that we think are important for the public to know and understand. It establishes SRS's commitment to environmental stewardship. The 2021 topics presented in the summary report include a tour and overview of the site, radiological monitoring and dose, environmental accomplishments. We had a feature on America the Beautiful project, our environmental sustainability, and educating and engaging the public. The online version of this report links to the chapters in the full report for more information on each topic if you were to look at the online version. And here's our conclusion, which I will hand over to Matt.
All right, so just to kind of summarize what Jared went over, we, SRS maintained environmental, regulatory, and DOE compliance throughout 2021. We continue to employ innovative, cost-effective technologies to achieve site sustainability goals. SRS continues to monitor, remediate, and conserve groundwater at SRS, protecting the public and the environment from future contamination. And the annual dose from SRS operations is less than 1 millirem, demonstrates that SRS is not causing undue harm to the community. This is a link to where you can find the ACERs online, not just the current one, but like I said, the last 20 or so ACERs are all online, both the summary report that you have and the full ACER. And if you would like additional information after this, if you think of any other questions that you're not about to ask us, that's the email address that you can reach. So I want to point out that part of why we give you guys the summary report and not the full report is because this is the full report. So what we went over in the last 10, 15 minutes is a small subset of the data and information that's available to you guys online or to the public. So with that, Jared and I will take any questions that you guys may have.
All right. Any questions around the table? Narinder, let's start with you.
Narinder Malik, CAB. I have a couple of questions. I see that clamshells are being used to reduce zinc in the NPDES outfalls. Mm-hmm. Has it been productive, or is it just producing any results in reducing zinc?
So the clamshells are used to reduce the metals that go to the outfall. They've been productive. They're pretty common across the industry. I can get you more information about how productive, but we'll continue to use them as long as we see results from them. Sure.
If you'll step up to the microphone for us, the public comment. Yeah. Thanks, Eric.
My other question is, actually, I have two more questions if you allow me. Has there been any NPDES permit reporting delays, and have there been any fines from the DHEC?
Not in 2021, no, sir.
How about monitoring the milk in the surrounding areas for radioactivity?
Can you repeat that, please?
Monitoring milk in the surrounding areas for radioactivity?
Monitoring milk.
Milk.
Were you asking if we still monitor milk? Was that the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. And we haven't seen any substantial increase in the past couple of years for radioactivity in milk. It contributes to part of our air pathway.
One last question.
Sure, absolutely.
About the Title V air monitoring, has there been any change from the previous years in the reduction in the monitoring for radiological and organic compounds?
Change in releases from air monitoring, is that your question? No, actually, 2021 was a decrease from the previous year at our effluent sources for RAD. RAD was what you were concerned with.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Candace?
Candace CAB. I have a few questions. So when you talked about the samples that you took from the feral hogs, you said there were 26 feral hogs that you tested. What is the overall population? Like what percentage would that 26 represent?
So the feral hog, kind of funny. So the hunts were canceled in 2021. So the samples we took from the feral hogs were roadkill. And so that was how we were able to calculate our dose to this hunter. I'm not sure of the actual
We'd have to get back
feral
with
hog
you to the actual,
population.
yeah, it's probably just an estimated population for feral hogs, and so we'd have to probably get back to you with the answer.
There's enough that they're in our parking lots occasionally.
Yeah, we literally have thousands out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if 26 represented like 1% or 10, 20, that kind of thing.
All of them. We took all of them.
And so you mentioned that there was no tritium found in the groundwater in Georgia. What about on the South Carolina side?
Yes, there's consistently tritium in the groundwater on the South Carolina side. Tritium has a relatively short half-life, so we'll continue to monitor it. It's just a byproduct of the our processes and a primary product of some of our processes, but that's a different presentation.
Okay, last question. So you said that the SRS operations had less than 1 millirem. So I know a milli means small, but could you compare as a rim big compared to the millirem? Is that like a really small dose? Is that like eating an orange or going to the doctor?
It's substantially smaller than an X-ray or flying on an airplane. It's our occupational dose is very low. Our dose to the public is low. I wish I had a diagram to show you, but it's less than going to the doctor. Probably close to eating a banana.
Yeah, just to give you a general idea, the background that a normal person gets each year from medical or from cosmic or radon in the ground is about 325 millirem. And so we're talking about 0.3 millirem. So that puts it in perspective.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Charles?
Charles Hilton, CAB. First, a couple of comments. We've spent a lot of time on this CAB talking about public involvement. I think I just got one of the answers. We don't have the public climbing the gates at, SRS. We have problems with recruitment. This report is part of the reason for that, is because there are no environmental effects to the public. And I can't help but to say congratulations, this is a tremendous report. And that's from somebody in the public observing what y'all are doing. This is almost no significant impact at all even to the site. I mean, we got mess to clean up out there. So I can't commend y'all enough for what y'all have done with this. The other thing, there was no NOVs,
Right.
which I don't know how many permits y'all have, but it's a wad of them.
Yeah.
And you had no NOVs. And I noticed on page 4 of your, I think it was page 4, of your assessment, you had 84% greenhouse gas emission reduction since 2008. I'm just curious, is part of that, and I don't know when it was shut down, when the old coal-fired power plants were shut down and you went to the burning tires or whatever y'all are doing now? Or is,
It's not very many tires.
Where is that coming from? That's huge.
A lot of that is switching the fleet over, all the light-duty vehicles in the fleet over to alternate fuel source, so E85 or electric where feasible and they're available. A lot of it's the fleet switch out.
And we also, yeah, like you said, we don't have the coal-fire power plant burning anymore. I don't remember when it wasn't being used, but our steam power comes from
Our biomass facility.
Biomass,
yeah.
yeah, it is the biomass.
That comes from virgin fuels and very few tires per that input.
I would think so.
Yeah, we have a company called Amoresco that we're partnered with that runs our biomass facility, our major biomass facility that we have on site. If you're coming into Jackson, to the Jackson gate, if you look on the right-hand side of the road, you'll just see stacks and stacks of tires. Those end up being taken to the biomass facility as well as wood chips, and that's used to produce steam, which produces both heat and power for the plant. So that's another way that we've done that.
One final question, if I may. I'm nosy and I was in the environmental field all my life. In Chapter 4, we had 99.9% compliance on our industrial wastewater discharges. That tells me we had one exceedance probably. What happened?
So
Or if you remember, and I know that's a wild question.
I took notes. So the site reported 2 occurrences where the permit limit was exceeded and 1 permit exception where the permit requirement for the 2,357 analyses performed during 2021. So we still had a 99.9% compliance rate. So with a permit limit exceedance, is when a sample's analyte exceeds the permit amount limit of a minimum or maximum value. One such exceedance occurred at 512 for copper, or H12 for copper, and another for K12 for a daily maximum flow. And then we had an exception for reporting a permit condition where we were able to report for the mercury of the output H16 in 2021, but it didn't result in a notice of violation. So it's when the lab fails to analyze what we sampled for.
We actually had a sample on flow, which is nothing,
Right,
and we had 1 copper
Right.
exceedance.
right.
Again, a job very well done.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say I sincerely appreciate that first comment. I've been part of this program for 7 years now, and I will tell you that we take a lot of pride in what we do day in and day out. I myself, I'm a second generation worker out at the plant, and we built this facility to produce material to protect ourselves, but it's also our due diligence to maintain compliance, clean up where needed, and be transparent and show that we are doing our utmost best to protect the public and the environment. And that's why like you said, this report is so important. And, we present throughout the year, not only to just the CAB, but we have 2 workshops called the TREAT workshops that we present at throughout the year. Teaching radiation, energy, and technology workshop where we present such, information as this to, in the summer, we present that to local teachers from the area. And then in the fall, we present that to faith-based community leaders here in the area. That's just one of the small things that we do, but we sincerely appreciate that comment.
Candace, did I move on too soon?
No, you're fine.
Go ahead. You have
I forgot a question. So more of a statement and a question. So with the recycling rate, 51% is a really impressive recycling rate. So do you take those lessons learned and the things that you do and share that with other people across the field, or because like the U.S. average is only like 35%. South Carolina is way lower than that
Right.
on average. So I'm just wondering, are you sharing this information with other people or industries across the country or across South Carolina?
Yeah, so we used to publish the waste minimization report that went to DHEC, and it showed how much we were able to recycle of our non-hazardous waste over the course of the year. Those are generally available to the public. We do a lot of workshops with other sites in the complex, other DOE sites, on how we do our waste minimization. And we are pretty diligent about how we track it and how we show what came in on site and how we were able to dispose of it. We have the PRI that's published in end of June. I think July 1 is the reporting date for the release inventory, where it shows what we disposed of and recycled on site as well. That's available on the EPA website for the public. And we always have our contact information on the ACER website, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Greg?
Good morning, Greg Murray, CAB. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. So I want to get a bigger picture on this. So this is a report to the public and stakeholders, and you briefly talked about how you distributed it, the treat workshops, and to community religious leaders. Do you do any other public presentations of it?
So, right, we talked about it at the treat workshop. We have our on-site Earth Day that kind of features what our results of our environmental report. We've distributed it to some local branch libraries. Burke County was interested at the treat workshop, so I sent some copies of the summary report and links to the full report to the public there. And then it's available on the website and through the DOE headquarters websites. There's also in our guidance talks about how to present it to organizations and make sure it's disseminated to the public. So every year it comes out by October 1st for the previous calendar year. So that's how we handle our transparency.
And part of what we also
Great.
do is we share this information with DHEC also, so that we're passing along information with them. So part of what we do feeds their report, as Grace Ann's about to kind of go over, not to steal any of her thunder. But so we are trying to get this information out to the public.
Amy, you wanted to...
Yeah, I just want to say that's what we're doing here right now, Greg.
Right.
This is a huge part of that. And we also, when we issue these reports, we do a press release. It goes out to our entire distribution. But yeah, this is what this presentation is really the main presentation that I'll say we take credit for releasing this to the public.
Is there, and I'm not sure to whom to address it, I'll address it to start with you guys. What is the public response? So, for instance, are you tracking downloads on the website? Are people looking at this?
The way we've gauged public response recently is when we do presentations like this and at the treat workshop. We had a poll on our website for a while, but it wasn't getting as much traction as we thought it would. And so when we present it to our CAB members or to the treat workshop or any local groups, we take note of the questions we get, like the questions you ask, and we're able to input in future publications like, okay, well, if they had a question about this, then this may not be so clear, so we can address that further in later iterations. That's how we get feedback from the public for the most part. We get FOI requests occasionally, but generally not related to the environmental report itself, but occasionally environmental topics.
Okay. On, I don't know what page it's on, second or third page, you talk about, you basically define it, and you say it's supposed to do three things, talk about environmental program performance, site-wide environmental monitoring, compliance. So if somebody out in my community asked me and said, so Greg, according to the ACER, how is SRS environmental program performance? What would I tell them?
Great, we had no NOV. As evidenced by our Chapter 1 summary.
Yeah. What about this? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it talks more about our environmental stewardship and the EMS program. That's our standard for our environmental management systems. Yeah, so if you had a resident ask, how's SRS's environmental performance going, you can always point them to the ACER first. We have for full disclosure, all of our stuff is also published on the EPA website with the ECHO database. A lot of it's with our Tier 2, which is our chemical inventory, is also on the EPA website. Our PRI, our toxic release inventory, is also on the EPA website. So there's plenty of information out there, but then to lead them to the summary where we break down, this is our dose to the public, this is our environmental performance, these are some of our continuing projects that are making us better, and this is what you can expect from us going forward. One of the questions we had at the TREAT workshop is it's hard for community members to contextualize how the impact of the site is on them, and so we've been publishing the ACER since 1959. The EPA didn't exist until 1970, so we've been concerned about the environmental impacts of the site since it started in the 50s, and we've been able to show an overall downward trend in dose to the public. And as we know better, we do better. We're able to clean up things that weren't as stringently regulated in the early days of the site.
Okay, yeah, I think that is the big question, is how do people understand it? I guess to some degree it goes back to the football field question. I mean, you can say we're on the 11-inch line out of 100 yards, but if people don't understand if 11 inches of radiation dosage is bad for it or not, then that's useless information.
Right.
So if they ask me, so the next point was site-wide environmental monitoring and surveillance effectiveness. So would I tell them the monitoring is effective?
Yes.
Yes.
You would tell them it's exceptional. That's what our director said this week at a meeting. So
I would tell them, how would I know that?
I think the easiest, you just mentioned it, we introduced that graph. It's my favorite graphic when I'm presenting to the public, but the football field. And it breaks it down. You know, sometimes we struggle with presenting highly technical data to a member of the public and putting it in a not above your head mentality. So to answer your question, the football field graphic would always be my go-to.
And if you wanted to, if they ask, well, how do I know that I can trust the data? We've got the entire Chapter 8 that talks about the quality assurance and of the data that we receive and our audits of our labs and our certifications of the labs that we use and how we report the data that comes out of those labs and those analyses.
Right, but they're not going to understand that. Their thought process is going to be, can I trust DOE? And I mean, getting back to your comment, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this also gets back to the Rumsfeld square. How do you know what you don't know that you're picking up? And that's important to
And I think
we need to be humble in our scientific assessments in what
Right.
we do. Let me ask the last one because I don't want to go on too long. And then compliance status with environmental standards and requirements. What would I tell them about that?
Chapter 3 is where we talk about compliance of our permits. It talks about each media individually, air, water, waste. And so that's where we discussed that we, in 2021, received no NOVs. Or exceedances, if we have any, would be discussed in Chapter 3. And so by DOE requirement, we have the layout of the ACER to discuss how we're compliant with our EPA regulations and DHEC regulations.
Do you think they're going to know what an exceedance or an NOV is and how meaningful that is?
We do have a glossary, and,
Okay, that's fine.
for a more general audience, we have the summary report.
Right. Mike, I'll ask you, this is unfair, I'll jump on you for this, not jump on you, but I'll ask you this. So so talking to somebody from my community, what are the 2 to 3 most important things that I should tell them come from this report?
Well, there is almost, there is no effect on their health or safety due to the site because of the extremely low dose that we quoted here and compared to what they normally get. Number 2, I would tell them in relation to your earlier questions, these are public reports that we put out. And both DHEC and the Savannah River Ecology Lab, completely independent organizations, take a look at those things. And if we were doing something nefarious, we would be called out on it in a minute. Yeah. And then the final thing I would tell you is that all of us who are putting this report out live in the area.
Right.
And so my wife would take great exception if I was exposing her to something. And her children who now live here.
So so looking at this over time, what is the biggest concern what has changed that concerns you most about this report? I'll tell you, let me preface this real quick. I have a little bit different response than Charles does to this because I'm skeptical, and when somebody tells me everything is perfect, when the operations are as complex as you guys deal with and everything comes out as perfect, I'm pretty skeptical about that. So and of course, I understand why. It's a PR piece, so there's not a lot of discussion about those sorts of issues in the report. But there must be something out there that concerns you that's changing in some detrimental way.
Well, when there are things that do go wrong at the site, and we are the first to inform DHEC when those things happen, because we don't want them to hear about it any other way than from us. So they do get informed when we have an issue. The contractor's quick to respond to those issues. And I encourage them to do so because it turns out that there's one person at the site who's criminally responsible for any negligent impacts to the environment. I know that guy, and he doesn't want to go to jail. That's our duty to the public and to, as I said before, to our friends and family who live here. If we got a problem, we got to be open and honest about it. We got to be quick to put into place the remediation that's required to fix those problems and make sure nothing gets into the environment. And we've been very successful at doing that because we just don't want it to happen. Now, so what concerns me, I think we'll talk about the liquid waste program, right? We have carbon steel tanks that are in the water table. We got to get those emptied, and we're moving just as fast as we can. The contractor has refocused the work to get after those tanks just as quickly as we can. We got to get that taken care of because we don't want those. We monitor them very closely, very carefully. We have mitigations in place if something, if they should deteriorate faster than we expect. But I think we got a good program to focus on those things. That's the biggest concern I have is getting those 6 tanks emptied that we really need to focus on.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I just wanted to mention something real quick. This presentation is great because it's a great lead-in to what you're about to hear from Grace Ann. We have going back to your question about gaining the confidence with the public, getting the right message across, they're kind of our brother's keeper. They keep us in check because you're going to learn as part of the Environmental Surveillance Oversight Program, they come on site and have sister sampling locations with the same media that we deal with day in and day out. We both produce our own environmental report at the end of the year. Ours is the ACER. They literally have their own ACER. We share our data, and they are transparent with that as well. I mean, that's why you're DHEC. So I just wanted you to keep that in mind. That's a great working relationship and transparency between us and the public.
Great. I understand that, and I appreciate that. And I'll make my usual call when we do this report every year to remember scientific humility. So thank you all.
Thank you.
But if I could, there's a couple of questions that were raised in the meantime. Biomass plant, that started in 2012, early 2012. So that's when the coal plants got finally shut down. So we actually put 3 of them in place, 2 small ones in K&L and then big cogeneration facility that produces steam and electricity. And for Candace, we survey all the deer, hogs, and coyotes that are taken on the site so we can release them, and turkeys that are taken on site. And since I've been here, we've never had one that we couldn't release for human consumption. So I think it's a pretty good number of animals compared to the population. But there are.
Nobody wants to consume.
Yes, sir.
Well, we don't know that for sure. We don't know what they do with the coyote. No,
You
I
could.
never asked. But yeah, there are thousands of hogs out there. So okay.
There's like 8 jokes just laying there on the floor, and we're not going to touch them. Kim?
Good morning, Kim Ray, CAB. I had 2 questions. Let's see. On your chapter 6, you
Kim,
talk
can I
about
get you to pull that microphone over in front of you, please? I'm sorry.
on chapter 6, you were talking about your radiologic dose assessment. You said that in 2021 there were no specific events that negatively impacted results of the radiological dose assessment. When was the last time there was a dose or an event that exceeded limits?
There was a tritium release, I think, in 2018.
18 was the big one.
That would have caused an exceedance.
Okay.
And that's where we would discuss if there were any operational events that would have caused an increase to dose, either unplanned or otherwise.
Okay. Do we follow that event in some way?
I'm sorry?
Do we follow that event in some way?
Let me make sure.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of.
There was not actually an exceedance of any limit in that.
Right.
It was an unusual
Sorry.
release. There was maintenance going on. There was an expected release. The release
Right.
was higher than we expected, but it was not an exceedance of any
No.
limit.
Okay.
And John, do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Because I've been around a long time, there was the famous Christmas 91 tritium release that went down the Savannah River.
That's right.
That never got over the MCL, the drinking water limit.
Right.
I think once it left the site. But that's where public perception can still drive millions of dollars, where like Dixie Crystals was the big intake way down at Savannah. They turned off their intake, costing millions for 10 days, even though Georgia and South Carolina approved what DOE was saying, that nothing got above the MCL. So, but because there was tritium in the water, that's all it meant for some. So.
Thanks, John.
And we have surveillance locations at the site boundary, the 25-mile mark, the 50-mile mark, and we analyze data from Savannah even. So that's how we're able to follow if there are any releases that come up later.
Okay. And as someone who has lived in Camp Lejeune in the past, of course, you have to ask these questions.
Right.
And we see a lot of air, water, animal studies, things like that. But what I really want to know is, do you all long-term, or the site, and you guys may not be the ones to ask or even answer this, and it's fine if you don't know, did we participate or follow any medical studies, human medical studies with the medical colleges, MCG, MUSC, regarding cancer incidences, autoimmune disease incidences, anything like that for people in our area or maybe even beyond?
Not that I'm aware of from this. So yeah, that might be a better question for a different group.
Okay. Do you know if that's ever been discussed or talked about?
Not in my brief history with it. So we did have some concern from the treat workshop about they were worried about contaminants in their drinking water because they are sensitive to the one in Michigan. And there's
Flint.
yeah, so they're saying how do we know that it's safe? And I talk about how we monitor our drinking water wells and things like that, and also try to remind them that the Savannah River site's not the only industry in the area, and so it's nice because it feeds the discussion of what they should be looking for, and where their accountability should lie, and we can kind of explain, this is what we expect from the site, but there may be other sources of contaminants as well.
Yeah, and I agree. You got a lot of private industry around here, but it seems to me with the resources that the federal government has, if you all are, like you say, if you're monitoring, you're going to pick up something. It may not be from you all, it may be from somebody else, but you would know if it's not yours.
Right.
You'd know if it came from somebody else. Thank you.
Greg, the minute she said Camp Lejeune, your card went up so fast I thought it did it of its own volition.
This is actually Greg O'Quinn, South Carolina DHEC. This is kind of to address the question that was before the last question about the 2018 concern. It wasn't really an exceedance, I don't believe, but there was an elevated level. And so what happened is, I think it was in an air sample. SRNS reached out to us to see if we had noticed anything in our data. And so we went back and looked at our data, and there was some comparison. We actually did see some increases as well. So it kind of goes back to the communication that they have with us. So we looked at some of our media and were able to corroborate what they had seen. Now, it really wasn't an exceedance, there was an elevated level.
Yeah, Greg, I was about to speak to that as well and just
I
reiterate.
just wanted to follow up on that and kind of what Eric had said and what Matt had said. The three of us kind of meet on a monthly basis and have discussions so that we can all be on the same page and that we can all address any issues that might be out there or any issues before it becomes an issue.
And we actually spoke to that in 2018 in the ACER. As you said, it was maintenance was being done, open glove box maintenance work. There were some elevated levels that we noticed, but there was no permit exceedances. And we were very transparent and spoke to that if anybody ever needed to look that up in the 2018 ACER. So thanks for confirming that, Greg.
Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, CAB. Can you give me some and oh, thank you. Won't stay on.
Yeah, it hasn't stayed on. We'll have to check that, guys, because it's cutting off on its own.
And I'm wondering, you say the annual dose now is less than 1 millirem. How much danger was I in 1980 when the reactors were running? I mean, how different is it?
Well, and that's kind of the thing. The way we've calculated and modeled dose over the course of the years has changed. So with our dose modeling, we have different inputs. We have the distance of the maximally exposed individual. We have census data. We have meteorological data. And so from a basic level, we can show that it's decreased. But as far as definitive numbers, we can give you what was reported in the 1980 ACER, which wouldn't be on the website because it's not within the last 20 years. But the the numbers don't really match up exactly because of the way it was calculated differently. The models have changed. So I'm sorry to kind of give you a kind of cop-out answer, but that's the best I've got for you.
Well, I was going to add too, Phyllis, that back in the 90s, I remember that NIOSH and CDC and others, they did epidemiological studies of Savannah River site. So we don't do those, I don't think now anymore, but there's certainly data from the 90s that I recall.
And was it a lot worse? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at it. I just remember doing those things decades ago.
of course, even by the 90s, the reactors were not running, right?
Yeah, but then we had that tritium release and things like that he was talking about. So there were studies done after that by independent organizations to see what the health effects were.
So you're probably fine.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Charles?
Charles Hilton, CAB. I want to go back to Greg's question about the public involvement and concerns and the hits on the ACER report. I can ask Steve Riley, who was city manager for all of his life, how many attaboys he got versus how many pothole calls he got. I was general manager, CEO of a public utility all of my career. I can count on that many fingers how many attaboys I got. there's not enough fingers and toes of how many times I messed up, according to the public. You hear from the public when there's a problem, just an observation. When you're talking about the reliability of data, and I can understand how you can be skeptical, everything that came out of my mouth as a utility manager, the public was skeptical of, period. And that's part of what I did. At the same time, the results that they report, the quality control that they go through, standard deviation calculations, what most people don't know, these labs that perform these, I'm assuming most of this results are internal labs. I think DHEC EPA still sends unknown samples every 3 years, every 2 years or so. We used to have to do them. They send you a sample. You have no idea what you're analyzing. You send them the results back. You either get a check mark or you get an X. If you get an X, you don't do it anymore. So there's huge reliability in their data. I'm not sure this is a correct statement, but just from what I've heard today, I think I could work at SRS for a year and get less radiation than I got at my dentist a month ago when he did a full head scan of my teeth. I got more radiation there than I would get at a year of working on that site. Again, that's pretty impressive.
Mr. Budney.
Hey, just a couple other things, just for the CAB's understanding of when Greg asked, how do you know that you can trust this information, right? So first, all labs, there is a separate qualification process, like you mentioned, that the labs have to go through on a regular basis. And we do have SREL and DHEC that looks over and EPA looks over this stuff. We also have the Defense Nuclear Facilities Safety Board, who looks at all our operations. And when we don't do something they like, they put it in their weekly report that is published on the internet. Secondly, within the department, we have something called the deferring professional opinion process. Whereas if any employee thinks that we're not doing something right, they can enter that process and it bypasses me and the decision goes to the deputy secretary to decide what the right solution should be if we can't come to agreement with the individual. And of course we have the inspector general on the site, and we have newspapers, and we have social media. If you think we could keep a secret today about something we're not doing right, we had a small portable electric fan catch on fire in one of the facilities, and the headquarters had pictures before we were able to call them. So there's no secrets out there anymore. So.
Anymore.
Ever. Yeah.
Should we start the response to question sheet on the anymore now, or no? Okay.
I'm
All right.
on the press that's watching.
Any other questions from around the table? Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
And if that wasn't enough environmental surveillance for you, just wait, we got more. So up next, this will be Grace Ann Martin, and she's going to cover the state's Environmental Surveillance Observation Program. Not quite time for a break, folks. So up next will be Grace Ann. She's going to cover the ESOP. This is the state's version of the ACER. Grace Ann, whenever you're ready.
Right. Okay. Everyone can hear me. Hi, everyone. You're probably thinking, oh, I can see her. Enjoy it while it lasts, I guess. But my name is Grace Ann Martin, and I'm with South Carolina's Department of Health and Environmental Control, or DHEC. And specifically, I am in a group that's called the Environmental Surveillance and Oversight Program, or ESOP for short. So as you all know, the government really likes acronyms. So the state government also likes to do that as well. But within ESOP, I am one of the team leads. We have our supervisor, or project manager, Greg O'Quinn, also sitting up on our board today for any questions that I may need to phone a friend. As well as I'm also the PIO or Public Information Officer and Outreach Coordinator for our office as well. So today we're going to kind of go over a brief overview of what ESOP covers. So I haven't been able to present with you all in about 3 years in person. So I'm excited to be back in front of everyone and just kind of allow everyone to become more familiar with our program. But you all are probably familiar with DHEC, both on the health side as maybe the regulatory environmental side. And that is because our mission is to promote and protect the health of the public and the environment. So we do that with our public health side, which has been really involved in the COVID-19 response. But we also have the environmental affairs side, which is kind of what we are going to be focusing on more today. So ESOP began in 1995 when an agreement in principle was signed between DOE, EPA, and DHEC. And this agreement made it to where we at DHEC have a federally funded program, ESOP, to do environmental monitoring at the Savannah River site. So our monitoring is non-regulatory. So DHEC does regulatory work that is out at the site, so that's kind of where Susan comes into play. But ESOP is going to be focused on doing non-regulatory environmental monitoring. And through that non-regulatory environmental monitoring, it allows us to review data that SRS produces. So as Matt, Eric, and Jared were just talking about, as well as Greg speaking up, was saying that we are in consistent communication with SRS to talk about their data, if we see any issues on DHEC's side, or if we have any questions. As well as in our report, we include data from DOE and what is included in the ACER. So we're able to make comparisons throughout each of our projects. It also allows us to provide a second set of data for the public to look over as well. So for us, we look at both radiological and non-radiological constituents that are in air, groundwater, drinking water, surface water, sediment, soil, milk, vegetation, fish, and game. And so those are the projects that I am going to go into a little more detail about in the coming minutes. Our first project is our radiological atmospheric monitoring project. We have air stations located around, both on and around, as well as about 25 miles outside of the site that have 3 different components that's going to be allowing us to see what could be in our air. So we have on the top of our air station a little chimney that inside of it has glass fiber filters that are going to be collecting dust particulate. Inside our air station, we have some silica gel distillates, which are going to be similar to what those little beads that you find in like a new pocketbook or new shoes that are going to be keeping any moisture out of that product. It's going to be taking any humidity or atmospheric moisture out of the air. And then on top of our air station, we have a rain collector bin. We have 7 of those air stations set up around the site. So with our dust particulates, we're going to be collecting those glass fiber filters on a weekly basis. And we we analyze them for alpha and beta emitting radionuclides. We also have our precipitation, and our atmospheric moisture, so that humidity that we are able to get through those silica gel distillates that we collect on a monthly basis. And we're going to be testing for tritium in that water sample. And then we have 19 TLDs, or thermoluminescent dosimeters, which are going to be allowing us to look at beta and gamma emitting radionuclides. And we have those both on the site, around the site, and again, 25 miles outside of the site. And those are collected on a quarterly basis. With our groundwater monitoring project, we collect this on a yearly basis. We have both private and public groundwater partnerships that we use. So for us, we have some wells that are going to be what are called cluster wells. So you have one location where there are going to be about 3 or 4 wells in one area at varying depths. So we can test different aquifers or different kind of areas in the ground where water is stored kind of in just one area. And then other locations, we just have network wells, which is going to be this one right here, which is a single well to just one depth, reaching just one aquifer to analyze. And we have around 100 wells in our network or in our system. Because there are so many wells, we aren't able to go on a yearly basis. So we actually have a 5-year rotation cycle from which we go and take samples. So those that are in red are the ones that we were able to collect in 2021. They will next be collected in 2026. That will be their next year of the collection cycle. Some of our wells, the 100 wells can kind of fluctuate a little bit depending upon if the location is either dried up. It could be that we have pump malfunctions. So that number can vary each year. But with our wells, we're going to be testing the water for tritium, alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides. And thankfully, what we find with tritium levels is that they are below the 20,000 picocuries per liter limit that the EPA has set for our drinking water standard. And talking about drinking water, we also do drinking water, or we take samples from drinking water facilities that are both above the site, on the Savannah River, as well as downstream of the Savannah River site. So this one is an aerial view of the drinking water facility in North Augusta. But as you can see, we have 2 that are located in Aiken. So one is Aiken Waterworks, and then Breezy Hill, and then North Augusta. And then if we go further down the coast, we have one at Perrysburg, Beaufort Jasper, and Chelsea, Beaufort Jasper. And again, we go on a monthly basis, and we take the samples that the facilities have composited over a month, and we will analyze those for tritium, alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides. And again, thankfully, we haven't found any data that has been above the 20,000 picocuries per liter standard or limit standard that the EPA has established for drinking water. We do surface water monitoring, and this is probably our biggest project that we do because we go out to the site on a tri-weekly basis. So we have different systems kind of set up that will allow us to see kind of over time what levels of tritium are occurring, or excuse me, flowing down the streams leading into the Savannah River. So you can see in this top picture right here, we have an ISCO composite sampler. So it's on a timer. It's going to be taking every hour samples in, and then we go Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to collect those. However, we also will end up doing grab samples, so kind of real time what type of chemicals are present at the location. And then we have what looks right here, that's a carousel sampler. That is going to allow us to do more of an early notification system for downstream drinking water facilities. So we move to our map. These are all the locations from which we take samples. So as you see, we have multiple sampling locations that are on the site. As I think either Eric or Matt was saying, those locations are co-located with SRS sampling locations, so we can have a more direct comparison with what we find at those locations. We also do sampling along the Savannah River, or on the Savannah River, and the furthest downstream location from which we take sample is at Burton's Ferry boat landing. And at that location, that's where that carousel sampler is located. That allows us to kind of, it would allow us to determine if we did have kind of a higher reading of tritium, we could kind of pinpoint what time that tritium was kind of flowing down the river. And if the reading of tritium is above 5,000 picocuries per liter, it will then kind of trigger us to send out a notification to downstream drinking water facilities to let them know that you're going to be receiving maybe some higher tritium. You can kind of use that information as you will. So we don't tell them specifically that they have to stop drawing in water. That's kind of based off of what they feel comfortable with as a system, but we at least give them a heads up that this could potentially be coming your way. Along with doing radiological sampling, we also do non-radiological monitoring. So for us, these are going to be all grab samples. So we're going to go on a monthly basis to kind of the same, some of the same locations that we sample for our RADs. Some of these are not co-located with our RAD locations, but at these locations, we are going to be testing for kind of this list of perimeters. So the ones that are in the light blue, these top three, those are ones that we take out in the field. The ones that are the dark blue, those are perimeters that we can analyze for in our lab in our Aiken office, as well as these orange ones are going to be ones that we will send off to our lab in Columbia through DHEC, and they will analyze for those. So again, these are done on a monthly basis. And I meant to mention that our RAD samples are taken, as I said, on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then that's going to be for tritium, which we analyze in-house or in our in-house lab. But then we also, on a monthly basis, will send off water to be analyzed for alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides. And those are going to be conducted by our lab in Columbia. Since there's always the potential that what's in our surface water could settle down into sediment, which is going to be kind of the soil of the stream, we do sediment analysis. So we actually will go with some SRNS folks, our scientists, and we'll do split samples, meaning that when we go out, there will be one sample that is taken, they'll split it in half, we will get part of it, and then the SRNS scientists will get the other part of it. So it's truly a direct comparison for us to have with those, with that environmental media. There are some locations where we go and we take our own samples. Those are done more off-site. So we are able to kind of see what is present in the sediment. And these are the locations from which we sampled in 2021. These locations, we have a 5-year, a 3-year, a 2-year, and then a kind of an annual cycle for some of our locations. So this map can change over the course of 5 years. But it allows us to kind of see what could potentially be some areas that would have higher levels of of radioactive material. And in particular, we like to look at cesium-137, which cesium-137 is a chemical analog to potassium. And when I say chemical analog, what I mean is that it's going to act very similarly to potassium in your body. And can anyone tell me where you think that potassium would want to store up in your body? I heard liver. So we eat a lot of potassium. It's going to go to our muscle tissue. So for us, we want to make sure that if sediment is disrupted and the aquatic animals, like fish, are exposed to cesium-137, it can bioaccumulate, or that means that it will end up storing in their body. And if we end up consuming those fish, then we would potentially be exposed to a higher level of cesium-137. And kind of the same thing goes for our soil monitoring. So we go out on a yearly basis and we take soil samples that are going to be happening around the site. So we don't go on the site really, but we do it more along the perimeter. And that is due to us wanting to see if there was any atmospheric fallout that happened in certain areas off the site, outside of the site boundary. So for us, here are some of the locations that you can see, again, kind of along the perimeter. We have started trying to do split samples, again, kind of going out with SRS scientists and taking one sample and splitting it between us and them. With our samples, we're going to be analyzing them for alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides. And in particular, we're going to look for cesium-137. And not because fish are going to be exposed to it as much, which could be the potential if it runs off into our streams, but more so for the fact that we have grazing animals that could be disrupting the soil and getting that into their system. And kind of moving up the food chain, so from soil, we're going to end up having some vegetation grow out of that soil. So we originally began kind of monitoring terrestrial vegetation for more with kind of like tree leaves. However, beginning in, I think, 2020, we started doing more of Bermuda grass. And that was because we wanted to be more in line what SRS does for their sampling matters. So as you can see, we have a lot of Bermuda grass. There are some times where if we're not able to get enough Bermuda grass, we can still rely on kind of that tree material. But we have started going and doing co-located sampling and kind of split sampling with our SRS counterparts on a yearly basis. And again, we will focus on cesium-137 as well as tritium when we do our analysis, but we also will look at alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides in our terrestrial vegetation. Along with terrestrial vegetation, we also are going to be looking at edible vegetation as we have multiple farms around the site, as well as if you like to go and forage and maybe find some good blackberry bushes close to the site, there's always the potential that people could be exposed through their food. So we partner with local farmers as well as we do natural foraging. So you can see some wild plums up here, some blackberries, from which we are able to collect samples. This is all kind of dependent upon availability. So we're sometimes able to find mushrooms, peanuts, muscadines, pretty much anything that Richard is able to find out in the field. And just to clarify, we only do sampling in South Carolina. So though this map does have a couple of quadrants that it shows in Georgia, those are not ones from which we sample. So all of our data is just related to what is found in South Carolina. So with, again, going up the food chain, we have our soil, our terrestrial vegetation, and then what's going to be eating on our terrestrial vegetation, but our grazing animals like our cows. So with our milk monitoring, I think one of you guys, I think, had a question about milk monitoring, or maybe it was Narander. So we also do milk monitoring. We only do dairy cows. I think the site does some goats as well, but we've only stuck with dairy cows. And we have 3 dairies from which we take samples. So they're within kind of a 50-mile span of the site. We go out on a quarterly basis to take samples, and we bring the samples back and analyze them for alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides, as well as tritium. But we also send off some samples to a contractor lab to have them analyze it for strontium-8990. And the reason that we look for strontium-8990 is it acts as a chemical analog to calcium in our body. So again, it likes to act like calcium. So where else do you think that strontium-8990 would want to store in your body? In your bones. And so for us, that's a concern, especially if we have a lot of kids that are drinking a lot of milk, trying to grow big and strong. We just want to make sure that the levels of strontium they would be exposed to would not be too elevated. Probably our most fun project to work on is our fish monitoring. So with our fish monitoring, we go out to locations along the Savannah River, and we use what are called electroshocking boats. You can kind of see that they have arms sticking off with some metal spindles going into the water. Those metal spindles can be connected to electricity, and once that electricity is shot into the water, it will then shock whatever is around it. So we have to make sure that first, no people are around, because you can definitely feel it. And then second, we are able to more easily collect fish, or kind of larger samples of fish, because the fish will actually kind of bubble up to the surface. It looks like boiling water almost And so you can kind of see in this top right picture of some fish that have been stunned. So we haven't killed the fish yet. Unfortunately, some do have to be sacrificed. But the fish are stunned and just kind of stay there. And then once we leave, they kind of start floating back down and regaining kind of control of their body. But we will take the fish muscle tissue, which you can kind of see right here with some fillets, and we will test that for alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides. And again, we look for cesium-137. And why would we want to look for cesium-137? All right, so it's going to go to the muscle tissue. And then we also are going to be looking at the bone. And why would we want to look at the bone? All right, because of that strontium-8990. So we'll look for both cesium-137 as well as strontium-8990 in parts of the fish. And the type of fish species that we analyze are kind of based on what we see local anglers collecting. So we have our catfish. We have both channel and flathead catfish that we are doing. We also have largemouth bass. These are our freshwater species. But when we do get closer to the coast, we will sometimes use striped mullet as well as red drum. And beginning in 2021, both the site, I think we started beginning to collect one large individual flathead catfish versus just kind of having everything composited together. We typically will get 5 fish that will turn into a composite, and that will allow us to get kind of one result. But now we have begun doing one large flathead catfish that I think is above 24 pounds, and it allows us to be more in line what SRS is doing. So they added that, I think, in 2020 to their project. And these are the locations from which we sample on a yearly basis. So we have one that's above the Savannah River site, some that are beside, as well as some that are very close to the coast. We also have one on the Combahee River that's going to be kind of serving as a background location. And then last but not least, we do game monitoring. So we have our deer and our hogs from which we take samples. We do not go on the site to take samples, but we kind of look at what is going on around the site perimeter. So you can kind of see the different zones that we have. And within those zones, we partner with local hunters or kind of do our own hunting and trapping to get some samples for which we can analyze for alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides, and in particular that cesium-137, because again, it can bioaccumulate in an animal and then eventually be kind of sent up the food chain to us where we would be exposed. So I know that that was a lot in terms of the projects that we have, and through all of those 12 projects, we collect a lot of data throughout the year. That data is used to calculate a yearly dose. So just like what Matt and Jared were speaking about earlier, they calculate a dose based off of what they collect, but we calculate a dose based on what DHEC collects. And thankfully, what we find each year is that our dose is very comparable to what their dose is, which is very encouraging for us. Since we haven't been able to present in the past couple years, I wanted to kind of take a step back in history and look at what our dose has looked like since 2019. Now, I know while you were asking questions to Jared and Matt, you kind of had you were asking for maybe some comparisons, so they didn't steal my thunder too much, but for those of you who are wondering, a full body CAT scan is going to be 1,000 millirem. Just to kind of put things into perspective, a chest x-ray gives you a dose of 10 millirem, living in a brick house gives you a dose of 7 millirem, and then for us, we actually calculate 2 doses each year. One is of a maximum exposed individual, so this is going to be an individual that is hypothetical. It's going to be someone who's almost like a survivalist type person who's going on the site multiple times, going to be using the resources of the site. So it's a great estimation of an overestimation of what you would be exposed to. And the way that we calculate this dose is by taking the single highest detection in most of our projects, and that is what we're going to use to calculate our maximum exposed individual dose. versus our average exposed individual dose. That's going to be someone who's going to be more kind of a general public member. It's still going to be kind of an overestimation, but what we're doing to calculate it is using kind of the averages of each of our projects. So it would be more reasonable of what a potential person could be exposed to, but again, it's very conservative. So in 2019, our maximum exposed individual dose was 6.352, which is lower than living in a brick house. Our average exposed individual was 0.964. And in terms of what DOE was able to calculate in terms of their all pathway dose, theirs was 0.18. In 2020, we were able to see a little bit of a decrease in our maximum exposed individual with 4.189 dose. Our average exposed individual went up just a little bit by having it be 1.541. DOE's all pathway dose also went up just a little bit to have a dose of 0.336. And then for 2021, so our most recent dose and what we have available to the public, our maximum exposed individual was 3.089. So again, we're seeing a decrease. Our average individual dose was 1.005, seeing a little bit of a decrease. And then DOE's all pathway dose was 0.3, which again, we saw a decrease. So in terms of kind of looking historically at our dose levels, this is kind of just for DHEC what our dose has looked like over the past 5 years. So from 2017 to 2021. So as you see, we are seeing a decrease in the maximum exposed individual, which is encouraging to us. And then we are seeing it be kind of more consistent for the average exposed individual. So that, again, is also encouraging to us that it's kind of consistent and not fluctuating too greatly over the years. And these numbers can fluctuate due to kind of the different types of pathways that we use. So we have a food pathway, an air pathway, and a liquid pathway when calculating these. So what we tend to find is that our food pathway can really influence what these numbers can be. So if we have a higher reading in, let's say, a hog or a deer, or sometimes even our vegetation. So mushrooms do a good job of collecting radionuclides and different chemicals. This can sometimes affect what our dose can look like. And in terms of what we do with all that data, so I know there were some questions specifically kind of over in this general area about kind of the public outreach and kind of how do we get this information out to the public. So first off, as Greg was mentioning and Eric was kind of saying, we have regular communication between our DOE counterparts, our SRS counterparts, because we want to make sure that that they feel like they can come to us when they have issues, and we can feel comfortable going to them when we see something that we have a question about. So we are appreciative of the relationship that we have with DOE and SRNS folks. We also, our biggest way of kind of getting out our information is through our annual report each year. So just like they were talking about the ACER, we have our ESOP Environmental Annual Report. So this is the newest one that we have out. That's the one that I was announcing yesterday. But we also try to go and become involved in the community by doing presentations like this. We've also had the privilege of being included in some treat workshops, working with the Amani group that kind of sponsors the treat workshop and focuses on environmental justice. With the pandemic, it kind of made me have to reroute, okay, how am I going to interact with people when we're not supposed to right now to keep everyone safe? So everything kind of had to be virtually done, and though it made me think outside the box in terms of how we communicate and kind of what groups we interact with. So we were able to kind of partner with different after-school programs like DIG, the Dreams Imagination Gifted program, which is located in Williston and Barnwell. We actually spoke to some emerging leaders at SRS with their LEAP program. We've worked with South Carolina State and they have a summer program with kind of rising college juniors and seniors. So we've been able to speak with them and just kind of show them what different jobs are out there and expose them to the information we get at the Savannah River site. And then we participate in SEED. We also do local Earth Day events, local classroom events, as well as different job fairs. So Heather was kind enough to include us at Augusta University's job fair that they had I guess in November. So thankfully we've been able to participate in multiple things outside of just kind of the CAB. So in total, in 2021, I think we calculated that we had come in contact with around 7,000 people. So for us, that's always encouraging that we have different opportunities to try to interact with the public, both in a more technical way, which we're doing today, or a more fun way of having an Earth Day booth where we can kind of talk about ESOP, maybe in not as technical of a way. And unfortunately, due to the Wi-Fi in here, we can't play our video, but I think I sent this out last year. We were able to create a video to send out to the public to just provide a visual of what we do on a daily basis out at the site. I think there was a question about, how do we get, other than kind of presentations, how do we get information out to the public? So we have Facebook, Facebook, Instagram, and then LinkedIn and Twitter that we've been able to announce on those sites that we have our 2021 report available. So we're trying to use different avenues to kind of get the word out there about what DHEC is doing, as well as kind of bring awareness to what's going on at the site. So I know that was a lot of material, and you all probably have some good questions. I did want to point out that we have a couple of our team members kind of sitting along the edge or in the back that are here to help me if I need to phone a friend. So I'm appreciative for their wisdom here today, just in case. But thank you all for listening, and if you have any questions, please feel free to send in my direction.
Candace, let's start with you.
Thank you, Grace Ann. This sampling and things like that really does interest me. So one of the questions I had was about how you share the video. Do you ever share it with like local city channels or anything like that where you can just stream and things like that?
We have not done that yet, but that is, if you have more ideas like that, please send them my direction. So we more recently, I think in the past 3 years, we had started using kind of social media, and we have Google Analytics, and unfortunately I wasn't able to look up what the Google Analytics showed about who all was able to look at our report or look at our video. But that is something that we always want to try to maybe find some other avenues to try to get our information out that's not just in a in-person way. So thank you for the idea.
And so when you were talking about the radiological testing, that's the one that's done Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Is there ever a time where you can't follow that schedule? I don't know, like weather or something like that?
Yeah, so we do radiological testing for pretty much everything. For our rad surface water, again, I was saying that that's kind of our biggest project. There are days where, right now we've gotten more rain, and so our boat landings have been flooded, and so for us, we may have to kind of hold off on taking samples there. I think more recently, when it became really cold, we ended up having to kind of maybe hold off because some of our samplers were actually jammed, as well as just kind of safety for people out in the field. So if things like that do occur, we either try to modify our sampling schedule and still try to get out 3 times a week, but if it is the case where we would have to maybe hold off on a day or two, we would include that. We would definitely make a note for that in our internally, and then if it's something that we feel like needs to be more publicly broadcasted, we would fill in DOE as well as maybe some of our other programs.
Yeah, I have a lot of other questions, but I'll hold off. My last one for now is when you do your groundwater monitoring, do you include like citizen science type stuff, like maybe adopt a spot, that kind of thing, adopt a stream? Those samples, are those included in your groundwater monitoring?
So we have not gone that direction. That may be something that we could do in the future, but I don't know if, well, first, I'm not sure if I've heard of any groundwater like citizen science programs, as well as for us, since we do have such a big network and we do it on a 5-year cycle, that may potentially limit that. But in terms of the wells that we do use, some of them are privately held, so we kind of form a partnership with those well owners.
Okay.
So.
Now, see, you led me to one of my other questions, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask it. How do you determine the sites? So, because I noticed some of the sampling sites were very far from SRS, and so I was wondering, like, do people volunteer, or is it like a certain dosage or something that you determine this will be a good site to sample?
In terms of just the groundwater, or just kind of
in general?
In general. So Greg may be able to help me with this a little bit as well, but some of the locations on the site are due to, I guess, the different processes that have happened in that location. And, some areas may have higher levels of a particular chemical. So we would maybe cater our sampling and what we focus on at that location. But then we also, in terms of kind of the locations off the site, we kind of want to have a good representation of what's kind of around the site itself. So we'll search out locations that are first wouldn't make us trespass, and then so our public boat landings. Richard, with his kind of vegetation samplings, he'll go out and kind of work with local farmers to try to see if he could, come in their plot and take a few vegetables, as well as in terms of kind of going back to edible vegetation. Some of it is dependent upon availability. So. If he sees, like I think we were driving one day and he saw a really big wild plum area, we just decided, okay, I guess we'll take the sample here. So some of it could be upon availability, as well as with some of our projects that are more where we're trying to do co-located samples with SRS, that can also influence where those samples are taken, is wanting to be co-located with them, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Grace, and that was an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your question.
Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, CAB. I have 2 questions. First, several times you mentioned co-locations for monitoring. Is there ever a time, or has there ever been a time, when your sample was vastly different from what was sampled right beside you by DOE?
There have sometimes been times where we have seen maybe a difference, and if there have been those times, we will end up communicating with DOE to try to see, okay, could it be something on our sampling that we did incorrectly? Could it be, excuse me, something where, sorry, I'm blanking. Where could it be that, like, are we running our calculations incorrectly? There's something, you could have something happen in the field, something happen in the lab, something happen with our calculations. So if we do have kind of issues that we see when we actually calculate everything, we kind of try to walk backwards to see, okay, could it be any of these things that we did wrong? And then if not, then why would there be this difference in the field? So there are some times where we have questions about that, but, and I'm trying to think if there's a specific one to kind of pinpoint right now, but it's kind of, I've had so much data in my mind recently, sometimes it's hard to keep track of things.
Okay, and my second question, having just had a family member who was involved in Future City, exactly how are y'all involved in Future City?
Yeah, so actually Candace and I were together this past weekend. So we have Taylor Rice, who is part of the outreach department at, I guess through SRNS, has reached out multiple times to try to get us involved in either Future Cities or science fair judging, which we're very appreciative to kind of be able to go out and serve the community in that way. So for us, I actually served, my first year was a couple years ago. I served as a mentor, which was a lot of fun. And then we've also had multiple people who have served as judges. So we do presentation, model, question, Q&A judges. So if anyone's interested, I know that they're always looking for volunteers, and it's a fun way to kind of give back to the community. But we've had multiple people from our office participate as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike.
Hey, Gracianne, I just want to say this is a great presentation. I am definitely one of the lucky 10,000 this morning because I don't want to reveal how much I learned that I should have already known, but that was superb. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all are going to use that, you know it. Narendra.
Narendra Malik, CAB. Grace, thank you very much for good presentation. We enjoyed it. There are two questions. One is the follow-up from the Phyllis, which you asked first question. There are three organizations collecting samples: SRS, DHEC, and Ecology Lab. Do you compare these analyses and perform any statistical analysis to conduct if there is a standard deviation less than 5% compromise?
So we do with SRS or SRNS and what they collect in the field. So if you are able to look at our report, we do have tables that talk about the average, standard deviation, median, min, max, or minimum, maximum. So we do statistical analysis to compare our results to SRNS results. However, due to our agreement in principle, it's only a comparison between what DOE has or SRNS has and then what DHEC has. However, I think SREL, because we do provide our raw data online, I think SREL has in the past kind of looked at our data and maybe used some of that in their announcement. But I unfortunately can't speak to that very well.
I'll follow up the same question. If there is any difference in the analysis amongst your results, do you all organizations go and find out the root cause analysis for the differences?
So kind of what I was sharing, I think with I can't remember if it was Phyllis, yes. So if we do have a difference, we try to backtrack to see first, is it kind of a miscalculation on our part or on their part? Second, could it be something that we've done incorrectly in our lab? And then third, is it something that we did incorrectly in the field? And if we can't get as clear of an answer from those, then we try to kind of communicate with SRS to see, could there have been some type of process that was going on in that area that would have potentially resulted in us having a different result from theirs?
My second question is, about 2 or 3 years ago in the field trip at SRS, we noticed that during the stormwater event, storm event, there is automatical sampling of runoff. Does DHEC have that similar process to collect runoff samples during storms?
So because we are non-regulatory, we're not as focused on stormwater, but I think Greg being more well-read in the regulatory side, I think through our NDPS, or I'll let Greg have the floor to explain this one.
So I actually have a couple of, Greg O'Quinn, South Carolina DHEC, a couple of comments to address your first question. We don't really do, I want to kind of clarify, statistical analysis on our data. Essentially what we do is we calculate the data and we run averages and we compare those numbers. So I know there's kind of a difference if anybody's a science major. We don't really do a statistical analysis per se with our data and somebody else's data as far as, p-test or anything like that. So just want to kind of clarify that. But we do look at our data and compare it with SRNS's data. We don't really look at SREL's data. We primarily focus on SRNS's data and just run our averages compared to their averages, and that's how we calculate our numbers. So I just want to kind of clarify that. Follow up on your second question. As a program, we have looked at some of those samplers that are automated, and we haven't quite got there yet. So it's equipment that we look into to see if we can implement it in some way, shape, or form. As far as the compliance side, after stormwater events, I think they're perhaps looking into the same technology to have that set up. but we haven't quite implemented anything like that yet. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Thank you.
Candace, you had some more?
The right person to answer this question, but is this type of information collected on the Georgia side of the river as well?
I am not very aware if there is at least this in-depth of research. I think DNR may do some sampling, but unfortunately, I don't think we can really speak to that as much.
Candace, are you talking about DHEC specifically?
Well, I mean, I know this is South Carolina DHEC, so I'm just trying to figure out if there's a comparable sampling being done on the Georgia side from a Georgia state agency.
John?
I can check with Georgia. I didn't know if South Carolina knew, but I knew they used to be, because they got funding, they used to sample probably as much or even more than South Carolina back in the 90s. But I think a lot of that stopped when the funding stopped, because obviously Plant Vogel's on the other side, and they have a lot of monitoring over there around that. But I don't know if they have any more funding to continue to do alongside the river that's away from Plant Vogel, for example. But
Narendra, did you have any more? Anything else from around the table? Greg?
Just wanted to add a couple of things. Good presentation, Grace. And just to kind of reiterate what we do as a program compared to what SRS does, the ACER is all-encompassing of everything that goes on the site, all the programs out there, compliance, other programs as well. Ours is strictly with non-regulatory monitoring, which I guess would compare to chapters 4 through 6 in the ACER. That's kind of what we focus on. This is our end product. This is what we work all year towards getting to this report. We have some similarities to what SRNS does, but we also have some differences. So we like to kind of match up to what they do, but we also like to maintain our independence and autonomy. So we have some subtle differences, but we have some similarities as well. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to everybody's attention, that that's what the intent of the program is, to kind of validate and verify what they're reporting. And we do the results are relatively comparable. Everything that we see, we can verify as being accurate.
Thanks, Greg. Grace Ann, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
So we are right on time, but before we move on, I'm going to ask this real quick. Do we need to take a short bio break? Okay. There are limited seating available. So there's restrooms down the hall, there's restrooms downstairs. Be back in 15 minutes, 11 o'clock, please. Back in our seats, we're going to get going at 11 a.m. Damn, where did Candace go?
A lot of it's transitional. And apparently, Ike is having his EM's music planning session next week. Like office meeting. Aiken, and then we go next month, and Cole the following. Thankful of the opportunity to present our good work to our bosses. Just getting away.
Sometimes it turns more into show and tell.
Well, I'm hoping it actually does. I'm hoping Borders gets in there with the DVD monitor and just takes up as much time as it needs.
Hey, how are you, sir? Thanks for the question.
Not a question, just ask it, just throw it out there. Anybody. We know how he operates, so we just put up with it. Even if it's wrong. Because they're not making any money. So the only dominant ones are Cole, I guess, Aiken, Stoning, whatever swimlane the ones are.
Oh, there he is.
I've been there forever, and he still has. You gotta wonder how we do things. I haven't figured it out.
One step at a time.
That's right. You get your donut yet? I did not. I haven't yet either. I told Adrian I was slipping all the icing out of it.
Thinking about it. Excuse me. I want one, but I have my carrot juice and yogurt. Just keep me going till noon. Excuse me.
I'll be gooey jelly ones.
They look good. I don't want to look at them. You saw the note from Susan?
For some administrative reason, thanks.
Yeah, I sent her a note last night, and then she's like, well, did they apply to the right posting? And I'm like, I mean, we put a wrong one out than the right one, so it's possible that person applied to the wrong one. So I asked somebody else that applied. I said, hey, did you get a note saying it was canceled? Yeah, you want me to send it to you? I said, sure. So they sent me the note, and I just took an excerpt and sent it to Susan. I said, so she said that she was going to go ahead and tell them to send out a site-wide email ASAP. But by the time that's all done, it's going to be another month. Unless she just says, look, these people already applied to it, they should just be able to hit send, and it's going to be open for 3 days or something. And I don't know what she's thinking. I don't think 3 days is enough, but I'm just saying, I don't know what she's thinking. But I would think a week. And since people have already registered to apply, so.
Again, what I was afraid of was it was going to be recognized as taken out of the system. That's what I'm still worried about. Somebody's going to catch on. We're told we're not going to use the system. Okay. That's what I was worried about the first time.
As well, but it looks like they've got another updated posting. That's what the email that they sent out. This one. So I'm like, administrative problem. Come on. Excuse me. It's like, just go with it, people. No. Okay. So anyway. I thought it was curious that they didn't have a surplus. So now I know why. It's surplus. Now I know why they didn't have a surplus. But it's strange that they would do that, and that's how land buckets measure the site.
I turned it off. Sorry. Folks, I just want to give you a 5-minute warning. We're going to bring it back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Advanced mixed waste out here in Idaho was saying that they built the facility, they were going to do it, and we just still couldn't stand it. We had to finally get in there and buy it from them. And but no, I get some of the challenges y'all have thinking of us, and which is why we need to do things 42. I mean, some of the sludge in a lot of those tanks. Yeah,
All right, folks, this is your 2-minute warning. Let's start to find our seats, wrap up our conversations. We're going to get started in 2 minutes. Less than, really.
do need a better estimate. I do need a better estimate.
All right, folks, let's find our seats. Let's bring it back in. Let's get started. Just a few little items. Remember, there is coffee and donuts in the back. Well, I didn't check. There's probably still donuts. I'm not sure. There's also a case of Cokes and some root beers if anybody's interested. Those are apparently free for the taking as well. Board members, if there is a chance that you might need to leave after lunch, you may not be able to come back, see Heather before you go. Let's get an absentee ballot filled out for you, okay? I encourage everybody to come back. I really think that it's beneficial to vote after you've heard public comment. In case there are any, I think that that is an important thing to do, but just in case, if you're not going to come back and you already know how you're going to vote, please do that before you go, okay? Up next, we have Stephen Grant here to talk about the waste recycle programs, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Everybody hear me okay? So I'm the lucky one that they actually stuck between you and lunch, so I will definitely try to make sure that I am brief. Again, my name is Stephen Grant. I started with the Department of Energy 3 months ago, and my impressive title is Nuclear Materials Special Projects Program Manager, which means I'm not going to be assigned to one area. I'll be able to float throughout multiple areas or be oversight for projects that actually span different areas at the same time. Okay. My background, I had just under 6 years in the United States Air Force. Got out, got my bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, started with a company doing high-speed manufacturing, and I've led teams both on the operations side and on the engineering side. One of the questions that might pop in your head after 20 years, why would you change? Ironically, this topic kind of feeds into that a little bit. I live on the north side of Aiken, and every morning I went by the landfill on I-20, by it to work and coming back home from work. After 20 years, you start thinking about it. All the products that I actually made and how made the machines go faster, better, that kind of stuff, 100% was going into landfill. So when you start thinking about, your legacy and stuff like that, that started to eat on me a little bit. So again, kind of ironic that I'm up here today talking about this, but that was one of the big inputs that actually caused me to change. Purpose of the brief is to provide you with the Savannah River recycle and reuse programs in the area of waste generation. I do understand that this wasn't a topic that the CAB actually asked for. So one of the very first things that I wanted to do was understand why I was being asked to actually come up and present. So one of the documents I was able to find was the 2021 annual report, environmental report that DHEC put out. And in that report, it said that the state of South Carolina in 2021 produced 5 million tons of municipal waste. Okay? So Googling what the compaction rates and stuff like that, I wanted to kind of get a visual to understand, is this a big problem or a little problem? So what I came up with is if you took a mile square area and you packed all of that waste in there and did zero recycling, you would actually be about 14 to 18 feet tall. Now, you take your age and multiply that and think about trying to drive across the state of South Carolina, how many of these piles would be there. That actually shows that this is something that we really need to tackle and try to reduce as we go forward. Okay. This, again, is a topic that gathered the attention all the way up to the President of the United States. If you look through the last 4 administrations, there have been executive orders that talk about recycle and reuse and basically do the project. Our current one is Executive Order 14057. Yep. That one's signed by President Biden, which lays out the foundation. So even though different presidents, different administrations, all of them tackled this a little bit different. Not saying anyone's right or wrong. Basically what this does is it actually reinstated when President Obama said that we wanted to get to 50% landfill avoidance, reinstated that, and then actually added that by 2030, we need to be at 75% for federal facilities, okay? So how does that actually go from an executive order down to everyday operations on the Savannah River side? Kind of laid it out here. I'm gonna tell you, if you want some excellent reading, if you look up each one of these, it'll take you a little bit of time, but like I said, excellent reading. So going from an executive order, we do have a DOE order 436.1, and it basically kind of nuts and bolts is we're going to follow executive orders, we're going to follow all the regulations when it comes to recycle and reuse. Okay. The other thing that it does is it actually calls out that we need to have a strategic sustainability performance plan each year, which actually has our goals and our milestones, that we have to use the environmental management system in order to track all that, and then defines responsibilities from a headquarters level down to the field manager level or site manager. From there, you get the implementation, Savannah River implementation plan, which is the same number, right? And that talks about from the site manager down to the EMS program coordinator, and how we're going to do that. So still really on that supervisual type level. And it also talks about how we're going to comply with the order to do the annual EMS report, and then the sustainability plan. When you drop down one more level to the site manual, this is where the nuts and bolts is, right? This is where it brings it down to every employee on the site. Okay, so it basically states that we're responsible for managing our resources, identifying problems, actively reporting issues, implementing any of the environmental pollution prevention programs, and following the rules. And those rules are federal, state, and local regulations. Okay? You drop down a little bit before or below that, it goes to a site level manual. 6.2 talks about solid waste management and basically talks about all the responsibilities for solid waste. And it talks about how the material is actually moving throughout the site. Okay, as far as collection sites and how it gets removed from there. Another one in that area is 6.11, and that talks about environmental compliance, and that calls out for the environmental compliance subject matter expert, or the SME, and they're the ones that actually help us with interpolating the regulation and permits, and then communicating with DHAC, EPA, and other regulatory bodies. And that's kind of how we built our program. We get to the actual requirements. So from the EPA, the non-hazardous waste we're talking about, and we actually included universal waste in there, which is a subset of hazardous, but is treated very similar to non-hazardous waste, right? Our non-hazardous waste is our construction, demolition, right, general, municipal type waste. Our universal waste, again, is hazard waste, but it's a common stuff, right? Batteries, lamps, mercury-containing devices, and stuff like that. Okay, so how we have to follow, or right there gives us our regulations for that from the EPA. If you look at South Carolina, DHEC has the Solid Waste Policy and Management Act. Very similar to if you combine the executive order and the DOE order together, right? It talks about things like they have to have an annual plan, you actually have to have recycle and reuse programs. One of their targets is 35% municipal solid waste recycling. And then, like I said, they do require an annual report. Underneath there, they have regulations 6179 that covers universal waste, because again, it's kind of a subset of the hazardous waste. And then 107, which covers the sanitary, construction, and general non-hazardous waste. So how do we actually take all that and try to make it actually work? So one of the things that we do is we partner with different companies that can help us separate the waste that we can before it actually gets to the whole recycling thing. So one of the things that we do is work with Clean Lights. They help us with a lot of our universal waste. So on here it shows lamps, mercury-containing devices, and batteries. And just for kicks and giggles, right, I Googled how much batteries weigh. And if you had an equal distribution between AA's through D batteries, it looks like you would be about 33,000 batteries, right? And this is non-lead acid batteries, right? This is just your regular type batteries and that kind of stuff. So again, just a little bit of a visual to give you an idea how much we're talking about for that weight. For office supplies, Unicore helps us with our electronics. Toner Charge helps us with our cartridges, which kind of Googling it was kind of unique because it was not really recycled. That's actually more reused because they'll take those back. The company will take them apart, replace any wear parts, and then put them back together, and they actually sell them as new, which is actually pretty good. And then the North Augusta MRF and Augusta Data Storage helps us with our paper. Looking at how many pounds that is, and somebody that used to have to tote reams of paper up the stairs for the copiers, you're looking over 10,000 reams of paper would get you about to that weight. All right, so again, a lot of documentation that goes through there to get recycled. For metals, we partner with CMC. A lot of our scrap of heavy metal, and then any of the furniture cabinets, a lot of it's metal that if we can't donate it to local communities, that's who'll take that for us. Okay, so there was comments earlier about not storming the site. Georgia Arms actually takes back our spent casings from practice. So if you look at the poundage there, I'd probably advise not to do it because they're very, very trained up. Battery Solutions helps us with our lead acid batteries. And then our Mesco tire recycling facility helps us with our tires. And just kind of Googling average car, light truck, and commercial tires, if you combine them, probably about 600 tires. It'll get you in that weight range that's showing. Okay. So one of the cool things that I did come across and that you guys have here in North Augusta is the MRF, right? The Material Recovery Facility. Real cool video, but we can't play it, so I'll try my best to explain it. Unlike my house where I've got approximately 6 different trash cans that I'm supposed to put 6 different types of materials in that my wife's very good about going lots of places to give it to them so they can be recycled. We have the ability to all our sanitary waste, municipal waste can go into the dumpsters, out of the trash cans, out of the buildings, into the dumpsters. That actually gets transported to the MRF. And what they do is throw it on the floor, it goes up an elevator, like a little belt elevator. They have people that actually pick out the different things. So they separate your metals, they separate your aluminum, the different papers, and then the different types of plastics. Okay, so you can see it kind of in the bottom, and when that happens, they actually are able to separate out about 51% of what we send them. Okay, so what can't be separated out then gets collected and is sent to Three Rivers landfill to be disposed of, just like any other community would. All right, so for C&D, recycling, so just kind of dialing back, current thing is by 2025, we need to recycle or have 50% landfill avoidance. A couple of things, the C&D is construction, right? It's also remodeling, and the roads and bridges and stuff like that. We actually do store it at our C&D landfill until we actually can reuse it. And our target, like I said, is 50% for 25. Right now, we don't have an exact percentage of it, just due to the fact that everything that we're talking about is by weight, right? So all of the road millings and stuff like that is being recycled. The scrap metals are actually being pulled out, so they're really, really heavy stuff. So right now, there's a viewpoint that we're exceeding our 50% just by weight. As we go forward, that'll be one of the things we'll have to address to actually show those, right, by 25 to show the 50%, and then definitely by 2030 showing that we're at 75% compliance. As far as the municipal waste, again, most of that goes to the MRF, besides the stuff that we separate out with our partnering companies. Looks like, so out of the 475 metric tons, right, 242 was put into recycling streams. So right now, like we said earlier, about 51% for this type of waste. Okay. So one of the questions that was asked earlier is about sharing with communities and stuff like that. Looking at the 75% recycling or landfill avoidance target that we have for 2030, that's going to have to be a must, right? There's going to have to be a little bit of shift in the culture, right? Because the stuff that we have, and I give you an example of this, right? As a leader at Kimberly-Clark, one of the things that came up was coffee. We had a whole bunch of coffee pots. People leave them on accident, right? Potential fire hazard. One of the things that I actually signed off saying I would agree to is we went to all those, the K-Cup, the little fancy, try a different flavor every day kind of coffee pot, right? And one of the comments that when we were doing is, well, those can be recycled, okay? So after the fact, started looking at how many of those things we were going through a day, right? It was just incredible. But the recycling part of it was true. You can recycle it, but you have to make sure that the foil comes completely off. You have to make sure that it's completely emptied and clean, right? In order for that K-Cup to actually be recyclable. That wasn't being done. So again, almost everything that we brought in for that, going from a filter in grounds, right? We went to this huge waste stream that wasn't there before. So again, thinking about future, we're going to have to figure out the ways to get back to those type things. So at that point, I'll open it up for questions.
I guess I'm getting rid of my Keurig now. Jim, we'll start with you. We haven't heard from you today.
Jim Gill, CAB. The world's changing as far as batteries are concerned. Everything's becoming lithium ions. Have you looked at that and what that's going to do to not only the number of lead acid batteries you have to deal with, but how you could possibly recycle a lithium ion?
Okay. You guys have anything that you could help add with that? So I'll be honest with you. Right, I'm pretty sure that is being looked at. The question there, it has to do with availability and cost, right? Because I don't know if any of you guys price some of the lithium batteries, even though they're lighter weight and they seem like they last a lot longer, right? The cost of them is very, very high. So again, as we go forward, that would be one of the areas that we could probably get to where we could reduce the amount of landfill stuff. So don't have a direct answer, and if you want, I can get you that.
Yeah. Yep. We can always collect that and get that back out. Narinder?
Narinder Balak, CAB. I have two questions. One is about the medical waste. I'm not sure if EPA has any regulation or not, but they do have guidelines for managing medical waste. However, South Carolina has regulation. And I'm trying to figure out how the medical waste from SRS is being managed.
Okay. That one we will have to get back to you on. That would be a separate, because I think majority of that would be under like a bioscope, so we can get back to you on that.
My another question is...
Do You got an answer for medical?
Yeah, so the medical waste from our on-site medical services is managed by through the infectious waste management regulations from DHEC, and I think they're managed through a subcontractor, but we'll have to get back on you. I just wanted to assure you that they're being managed like they're supposed to be.
See, one time there was a regulation that all the biohazard medical waste has to be transported in cold trucks and sent to an incinerator. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. We can get back to you on the sharps.
My another question is about spent circuit boards. Circuit boards from the computers, from other chips, how they are being managed because they have cadmium or lithium in it and they are hazardous metals.
That would be the part of the waste that would go to Unicor.
Thank you.
Candace?
Thank you. I feel like I might have asked for this presentation. My first, I guess, comments and question is about the tires. 600 tires doesn't sound like a lot of tires being recycled, just given the sheer amount of tires available that are being illegally dumped all over South Carolina. So is 600 tires like, was that an anomaly? Or is that the average? Or, is that like what would maybe have been present 5 years ago, recycled?
So I don't know. Again, this was 2001 or 2021 report, and it was done during COVID. So I don't know if the tires were actually stored for a certain period of time before it's sent, but I can check into that to look at. I can get you a statistical.
And then my other question was about food waste. I didn't see any mention of food waste there, but I know that food waste is a big contributor to our landfills in South Carolina. So are you recycling your food waste? Do you have a contract or anything that you're maybe contracting out in the cafeteria area?
So that's one area that I didn't look into. Again, I'm relatively new, but I can check into that. I believe it. Bert.
Hey, this is Bert Crapps, DOE Savannah River. So one of the challenges when we were taking the waste up to the MRF facility up in North Augusta is a lot of our food waste is very heavy, and it was creating problems with MRF. So actually we separate it. We actually, there's a couple dumpsters out there by the cafeteria that they put it in. We take those directly to Three Rivers. So we're not actively doing a recycle program for that, but it actually was impacting the other waste at one time because of what's in there. So we take that directly to Three Rivers, whereas Steve mentioned earlier, we take everything else up to the cycle center, and from there, the waste that they can't recycle, we pick back up there and take it to the Three Rivers. And the thing that we want to make sure everybody understands here is we're part of the community, and so we really think this is a great system we have here with the Three Rivers and the regional landfill and also the North Augusta facility, and we're part of that. So it's been a big help for us at Savannah River.
Thank you, Bert. Just a note, there is a company in Aiken County that recycles food waste and turns it into soil and other things. So it might be something worth looking into.
Okay. Thank you, Candace. Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, CAB. I have a question and a comment. On the slide right before that one, there are 3 categories that are 0. What, does that mean you just don't generate any of those things, like used motor oil? Or is there just no market for recycling them? You've got lead salvage, used motor oil, and industrial sludge. Are you doing something else with those things?
So I think that answer to that is for the 0 gallons of used motor oil, there wasn't an outlet for it to go to. It has to be on spec to be able to be recycled and reused, and it may have been that what was able to be recycled wasn't on spec to go to a used oil marketer. And I think our lead shipments, as far as lead salvage goes, usually we're able to ship them off when we have a certain amount. And it may have been in 2021 that we just weren't able to ship those for that calendar year yet. So those numbers will change over the course of the year as subcontractors for people that are able to recycle the used motor oil or locations for the lead salvage to go are available. And industrial sludge depends again on how the sample results of the industrial sludge, whether you're able to land apply it or not. And so sometimes it's just treated and sometimes it's able to be land applied and recycled.
So then where does it go if you can't?
If it's disposed of, it will go to either a solid waste facility or a hazardous waste facility, depending on the spec of the material. But since that table is just recycling numbers, that's the recycling numbers we were able to take credit for the 2021 year.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No problem.
And I just wanted to say, if you've never been to the MRF, you ought to go. It's very interesting what they do. Do they still, can you tell me this, in North Augusta, do they separate the products? You put all your recycling in one bag?
So they did do away with the blue bags because they weren't recyclable, which is kind of ironic, but
you're right.
But yeah, they separate all those just the same.
So you can put plastic and paper and metal all in one container as long as you keep it away from the food? Is that the idea? Or do they separate that out too?
Looking at the video, and that's where the video would have been really, really cool, because I mean, what was going up the slide was not like super clean type stuff, and they have the people that are pulling it out.
And they're still using prisoners to do the separating, right?
That is my belief, yes.
Thank you.
Greg?
Yes, Greg Murray, CAB. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I don't have a way to, the term was used earlier, contextualize. I don't know if a 50% target is a big deal or not. So can you give us some context of, is 50, how aspirational is 50%? How aspirational is 75%?
So right now, I did pull the numbers for South Carolina. So for municipal waste, for the state of South Carolina, they're at 24%.
So that is residents and everybody, or is that?
Yeah, that's municipal waste. And then they have another category which they were calling total solid waste, which includes C&D, tires, all that kind of stuff. They're all kind of put together. And that number actually jumped up to about 38%. So right now, the site is doing decent, right? Going toward both our target, and if you look at South Carolina as a whole, going to 75% is going to be where we're going to have that jump, right? That next level of performance in order to get there, because, right now, there's not really a very clear, direct path for that.
You mentioned kind of a cultural change. Is it going to have to be a behavioral change? Is it going to be a technological change to get to the 75%? What's going to get SRS there?
So again, that's where there's going to be some work. My belief is that SRS is not going to get to 75% by just doing it by themselves. Right? Because you can sit there and go, okay, everybody, if you bring stuff from home, you take it home, right? Banana peels, whatever, right? Paper stuff. You could institute something like that to try to lower your percentage. What's interesting in the executive order wasn't, a lot of times you'll see, okay, versus this year's numbers, I want it to be 75% less. It's not written that way. It just says 75% avoidance. for the landfill. So as you get better, that's going to become tighter and tighter, right?
Right.
So, like I said, my belief is that we're going to have to bring recycling to the level as what we do safety and quality, right? In order to get to that kind of number. And that's going to have to be pretty much a thing across all of the areas. Because as we learn, there's going to be new technologies that are going to be needed. Again, we could put 15 different trash bags, right? Trash cans, and you could try to sort it out. But anybody that's ever done it, and believe me, I get yelled at all the time for this, right? Putting the wrong thing in the wrong bin.
Right.
Right? The recyclers, they do get upset, especially if you go directly to a recycler that is counting on your batch to be perfect, right? Whether it's pop cans or certain types of plastics and stuff like that. So there's going to have to be a community effort or a state effort that helps us get there. Otherwise, I don't believe that we can do it.
Is this a final question? Is this an unfunded mandate? Are they giving, did the budget include money to bolster recycling programs?
That's a good question. I do know the sustainability plan that they talked about with the executive order and stuff like that, that should fund a lot, but I don't know if there's anything directly that would go to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's not directly funded, but and all our operations are funded, and we're just required to figure out how to make them, as we do those operations, do it as efficiently and sustainably as possible. So, in the long run, it'll make us operate less expensively if we're recycling this material correctly. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Kim?
Good morning, Kim Ray, CAB. I just want to make sure I understand something that Bert said a minute ago. I think he said that any waste that was sent to the recycling center that they don't accept is picked up and taken back to taken to the landfill. Was that correct?
He's nodding his head,
I see
yes.
him nodding, so okay, so that's correct. So when I see over here on the, I guess it's a summary page, it says 51% of office and municipal waste was recycled. Does that figure account for the waste that is picked up and taken back to the landfill?
That the 49%, that what you're talking about is in the 49% that is not recycled. If it goes to landfill, it's technically not recycled.
Okay, so when it gets picked up from the recycling center and taken
The
to
Three
the
Rivers.
landfill, we're accounting for that in your final figures.
That is correct.
Okay, so it's not.
Yep, that's the big part of the percentage that's not recycled.
Phyllis and then Charles.
Phyllis Brett, CAB. I was just wondering, does SRS care about the finances of that? I know North Augusta used to have 2 electronics and hazardous waste like paint and paint cans and that sort of thing. They had 2 recycling programs every year where you could come bring all those things, and they were making money. And then as they stopped making money, they stopped doing it. They went down to 1 time, and I'm not even sure they did it at all last year. Do y'all care if you make any money on the recycling, or are you just making sure to recycle where you can?
So the executive order is not about making money. The executive order is about more environmental stewardship. As far as making money is not a priority for us.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Charles.
Charles Hilton, CAB. We've heard several presentations recently that the site will be going to electric vehicles by federal order. I should know this. Do we have a place to dispose of those batteries from those cars yet?
So all of our vehicle fleets are procured through GSA. So that would be within GSA's purview because we swap those vehicles out through the GSA organization.
You turn them back into GSA?
Yeah.
So it's not on your plate?
Yeah, we don't put them up for sale at the local used car dealer. When we're done with them, we got to swap them back out through GSA.
All right, any other questions for on the table? Sir, thank you so much. So we're not doing bad on time, so we'll just keep to our schedule. Folks, you are free to go to lunch. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. back in our seats. Thank you.
We're going to have somebody that's going to into sustainability and all this stuff. But I just, I remember some of the things that Steve did. I like, so here we go, man. We're going through all kinds of things. Yeah.
What's happening, young man? Hey, Dorinda. Yeah, I gotta go to Raleigh.
Which Greg? Was it my Greg or your Greg?
No, dear.
Oh, that's your Greg.
Oh, that's my Greg? Okay.
If we've got leftovers, it's really easy because my wife hates it the second time. So you, and I will box it up for me. My wife actually won't do that, partially because being a teacher, their lunch is that long, and microwaving anything takes up too much time. So she just. But I think if you're going to else. So am I. You can do that on. See, that's a little bit more legit. Being ordained by the Universal Life Church Minister. I don't think it was. Yeah.
have a knife.
I don't. Thank you.
When it's a big sandwich, after eating that donut, I don't know if I want to eat. If anybody has a knife, I have a sandwich. Old age. Come on. You are learning. And it or not. As you said, no questions about it. Well,
Just go down and stop. That's my world.
pardon?
Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Okay. I don't.
I have. After eating that donut at 9 o'clock, what is this sandwich? Tuna? Have a big sandwich, ham and turkey. If anybody wants to take
Might get you in a bit, man.
10 minutes, well, like 10 minutes. When Heather leaves to go get the food, we'll. Okay. And you need, you said.
Okay, everybody, this is your 2-minute warning. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, folks, let's start to find our seats. Wrap up our conversations. We can get back into it. Everybody have a good lunch? Yeah? We're ready to get back? Ready to keep going? All right, up next, we've got our annual update, annual presentation from Dr. Gene Rhodes from Savannah River Ecology Laboratory.
On here. All right, so do I need to push it or is it? Yeah. All right, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. I usually give an update about this time of the year, and that's what I'm going to do, talk a little bit about our background, a little bit about where we are and what we do, and sort of just give you a general status of the laboratory. Most of the things I'm going to talk about are listed here. I'm going to talk a little bit about our staffing and funding. I'm going to talk about significant advances and events, and then what I see as opportunities and challenges for the coming fiscal year. And the remodel summary is not on there. It's just a leftover. Okay, so for those of you who don't know about the Ecology Lab, it was started almost simultaneously with the site, and it started in 1951 with Gene Odom. And Gene Odom was a professor at the University of Georgia who got a contract to basically do baseline inventories of the Savannah River site with the idea that we needed to know what was there in terms of natural resources and what the environmental quality was before the site went in so that we'd know what it changed afterwards. That grew slowly over time, and we've been here since that point to 1974 when we moved, or 77 when we moved into the current facilities that we have on site. So we've been here 72 years, I believe, at this point. Our mission is pretty straightforward. If you want to, in a nutshell, is to provide the public with an independent evaluation of the ecological effects of SRS operations on the environment. And we do that in three ways. University of Georgia is a land-grant university, and our mission is conducted through research, it's conducted through the educational programs we run, and it's through outreach. And outreach comes in many forms at a land-grant university. They have extension service, and they have public and university engagement, and then we have an outreach program that's quite strong here in the local community at Savannah River Ecology Lab. At this point, you know, when you, yeah.
For those of us from the north who don't, what's a land-grant university? What's that mean?
So there are a number of universities, there's one in almost in every state, that gets federal funding as the university that's going to focus on, usually they have the engineering and agricultural programs. And so there's formula federal formula funding that comes that pays salaries, particularly in things like forestry and agriculture and forestry and natural resources. And then they also generally have the national Sea Grant programs and other programs like that because of the federal funding that comes to the university. Big public universities, a lot of ag, a lot of engineering. So one of the things that we think about in terms of metrics for our research is publications. And at this point, over that period of time that I described since 1951, we've published a total of 3,700 peer-reviewed publications and over 66 books. One thing I calculated over the last decade, if you want to think about rate of publication, Savannah River Ecology Lab has published almost 1,000 papers in the last 10 years. So we're publishing at a rate of about 100 a year, and that's part of our job. And the reason it's important to you, I think, is it does two things. Savannah River Ecology Lab is in your community because we're here to actually look at what goes on the site and think about the environmental issues that are there and work hand in hand with DOE and the contractors to try and help them identify and solve problems. So one of the reasons we can do that is because we're well established and we're also very respected in the scientific community. And part of that is because of the papers that we publish. Those are credentials for us. So it's very important that we do that. The other thing is that by doing that, one of the agreements we have with DOE is that we can publish, other than something that might have security ramifications, like where a building is, right? We publish anything, right? So that also means that you, as the public, gets to take advantage of the fact that anything we see in the environment, we're going to tell you about, right? And there's no censorship on that. So that gives us that role as an independent evaluator, which I think is also very important for the community, but it's also important for DOE, right? Because that means that you have somebody embedded there as a partner that's been with you all along who gets to tell the public whatever they see. And that's a very rare thing across federal reservations. The other part is education. We take that very seriously. We've had over 600 students that have been advised by faculty members at the Ecology Lab. Over 700 undergraduates representing all 50 states have come in for experiential learning programs. Many of those students will come for 10 weeks and we'll involve them in research. We'll give them special programs to teach them skill sets that they might not get otherwise. And often they end up on papers with us and other things, which starts their career off on a great foot. And then we had thousands of these post-bac research opportunities for undergraduates. And all that is if you take a student who's recently finished their bachelor's degree and they're looking as to what job they're going to go, a lot of times they'll come and work at a place like us for 8 months, right, as a temporary technician to give them some experience in the field and a direction for their next move, be it into graduate school or a permanent job. And we do a lot of that because we have a lot of those kinds of opportunities. If you think about our outreach program, we integrate a lot of the environmental messaging that we do into our outreach program. In 22, we're still building back from COVID, but just to give you an idea, we held 210 events, 15,000 people. We had over 19,000 social media followers with 660,000 media impressions, over 356 media mentions with over 545 million media reach. Those are pretty good numbers for a little unit like us. And when you think about what we normally do and what we're back to this year, we generally reach about 65,000 people in a local community. That's K through 12 as well as adult audiences. So we really make a big effort. In fact, we work I'm terrible to dirty laundry, but our outreach team is very committed. They give over 450 talks a year, and there's only 3 of them, right? So they're out there all the time in the community giving these talks. And we've grown that. I have a new outreach and education assistant director, Katrina Ford. She's come on board and already got us moving faster than we were. So you can look for good things out of the outreach program. If you look at our employees, in 22, we had 176 staff and students. 8 of those are research faculty, which are basically a non-tenure track research faculty member. Tenure track faculty was 10. We had 3 emeritus, and then we had postdocs and outreach personnel and master's level research professionals. Research support are a lot of these postbacks that come in that are looking to decide whether they're going to graduate school or not. 69 graduate students, and our admin and support is 20. So that's been a big change over the last decade. 10 or 11 years ago, that number was about 30. So we've grown substantially over that period of time. And in part, we've done that through really two ways. One is we've established a better relationship with the funders on the site, the Department of Energy in particular, and we've actually gone out and greatly expanded the money that we go get from other sources. So we take what we get from DOE, we leverage it, and we go get funding from other places. That formula has been working well. It puts a lot of burden on us to go get the money, but that's part of what we do. Disciplinary expertise, we have a number of different kinds of scientists, folks who work in various areas of ecology, geology, microbiology, and then you get this whole epigenetics, molecular genetics, and proteomics and glycomics, all working at the cellular level, from the genes to the sugars and proteins. Then we have folks who are working in environmental chemistry and radioecology. Radioecology is basically the fate and transport of radionuclides in the environment. So what I mean by that is if a radionuclide moves somewhere into the environment from somewhere it shouldn't, right? And at that point in time, what happens to it? Does it bind to the soil and stay there? Does it become part of the water? Does it move into aquatic systems and become part of organisms? All of that is important because if we want to understand how it eventually might get back to us, we have to understand how it moves through that system. And that's what radioecology is. Ecotoxicology and risk assessment, that's looking at what's out there in terms of contaminants and asking the question, is there risk? What risk is there? Is there a risk to the environment? Is there a risk to the biota in the environment and the biological organisms? And there a risk to humans? And then wildlife ecology, I'm a wildlife ecologist by training. I'm also a population geneticist. And then disease ecology, I dabble in that as well. And then plant physiology and other. And so one of the things that's interesting about this is if you went to a university, you'd have to go to about 7 or 8 different departments to see all those people in one place. That's not the case with us. We're a small outfit, far from the university, and we need all these disciplines, right, to do our job. And the cool thing is they're all down the hall from one another, so they collaborate all the time. So it gives us a really strong approach to ecosystem science and looking at big pictures that go everywhere from the atom to the entire ecosystem. So if you look at our recent funding history, going back to 2005, at that point we still had substantial funding from headquarters. That disappeared in 2007 and 8, and we built with a new model subsequent to that. And so the flavors are, this is money that comes from the Savannah River site, which is generally DOE funding. The purple is funding that we go get from other places like Department of Agriculture, NSF, National Science Foundation, a lot of different funding organizations. And then UGA's component is there in red. So if you want to look at 22 and its breakdown, 49% of my budget came from EM, 10% came from NNSA, and 41% came from either external funds that we acquired or UGA contributions. That's what it looked like in 22. So what that means is that we're doing a pretty good job leveraging these dollars and going out and getting something else to match it and do our job. So if you want to look at significant events in 12, we continue to allow the majority of our indirect costs are retained by SRL. What I mean by that is when the Department of Energy or anybody else gives us money, the university takes some small amount of that to pay for all of the support services they provide to us. But we're not on the main campus. So what they do is they give us about 75% of what they take back, and that is a cost share with the Department of Energy. So what that means is we can take that money and put it into facilities or people or however we need to help run the lab and make it work. So that's a great advantage. Basically, 7 cents of every dollar that we get from any funder stays at UGA. The rest comes back to us. We've now increased our cost sharing with campus for 10 faculty. and we provide funding for equipment and personnel and graduate students. Our graduate student numbers have continued to go up, and they're going to continue to go up even further. We're taking advantages of programs at University of Georgia. I'll give you an example. The University of Georgia wants more graduate students, right? And one of the ways that they can do that, encourage us to do that, is they ask us to, when we get external funding, they're now asking us to fund the tuition costs. So normally when a graduate student, in most places, a graduate student comes on board, and if you provide their stipend, the university takes money from a pot and provides the tuition and pays for it. They want us to ask external sponsors to do that. Well, here's the key. Once I take, that's about $8,000, right, for an entire year. I take DOE money and I pay that $8,000. They give me $12,000 back, okay? And when they give me that $12,000 back, I can use it to fund another graduate student. So we're trying to work all the angles for our system to meet what they'd like, but also benefit our ability to fund graduate students with external dollars. So we also have, I think we have 43 buildings. They range from as small as an ice fishing shack to our main facilities. And we are in the second year of our 5-year cooperative agreement. We also get funding, as I said, by National Nuclear Security Administration. And we're trying to grow that to fund other programs. And we've had a lot of support from them in trying to do that. And we continue to get funding from the Area Closure Project. And now it's Savannah River Mission completion. So if you look at work scope, we've enacted significant land management activities for the set-asides on the site. We do a lot of that. We have 69 graduate students last year. We mentored over 115 graduate students total. So what that means is some of these are ours, and the rest are students that come from other universities and work with us for a period of time. And we taught 18 courses on the main UGA campus and 3 at SRL. Interdisciplinary research, I won't read all of this, but we get funded from a lot of groups, the Corps of Engineers, the National Science Foundation, the Department of Agriculture. We also get some money from the Forest Service at Savannah River site. We get some money and collaborate with the Savannah River National Lab and Savannah River Mission Completion, as well as UGA. So we get a number of different funding sources. In a given year, there's about 20 external funding sources that we get money from. And a lot of those require us to write competitive grants, compete for that money, and if we're successful, it comes to us. As far as our provision of ecological expertise, we provide ecological research to the Area Closures Project, Savannah River Mission Completion, SRNL, DOE, and a variety of others. In 22, we submitted 33 proposals as PI or co-PIs to our external grant agencies. We hired 3 new faculty, 2 in biogeochemistry and 1 in disease ecology. And we hired 2 new research scientists in biogeochemistry. This was all stemmed from the retirement of 1 biogeochemist, and one of my other faculty was a disease ecologist, and he took another job. With those 2 positions that were basically supported with DOE funds, I went to the University of Georgia and leveraged it, and we took those positions and leveraged them into 5. Okay, so that was a very good for us because it provided additional people to be out there looking for resources and supporting our students. Scientific productivity, in 22, we had 86 scientific publications and gave over 170 talks. That number generally floats up or down 10 from 90 to 110. And that number, usually, once we get through the rest of, now that we're going back into the scientific conferences, that number will rise over 300. So we're getting back to where we were pre-COVID. Analytical services, which is basically my biogeochemical group that we do analysis of metals and radionuclides. We analyzed over 3,000 samples for metals in 22 and over 1,800 samples for total mercury or methyl mercury. So we have quite a throughput of analytical samples, which is why we maintain a division that really is dedicated solely to that, and it services all of the faculty that we have and all of the students. So opportunities for 23, we're pursuing a land lease near the conference center that is now currently under review at UGA. We're trying to get to we're in the final stage, and then that recommendation will go to the manager. It's 4,200 acres that surround the conference center. We want it for education, outreach, and research purposes because it allows us to expand greatly the programs that we currently have at our conference center. Increasing UGA collaboration with SRNL. For the short term, for about 3-year period, I've taken over also as the co-director of the University of Georgia Research Institute, and that is UGA's effort to build a bureaucratic infrastructure to deal with mission-driven agencies. And what I mean by that is a lot of the faculty don't have a good background in how to deal with agencies that are extremely applied and mission-driven in terms of deliverables. So we're trying to help them figure out how to do that. And that means that we will increase our collaboration with Savannah River National Lab and other partners that have more of that mission deliverable philosophy. We're adding 2 new faculty lines to SRL through UGA hiring campus initiatives in 23. Continued development of the core missions on the SRS, which are radio ecology and low-dose radiation effects, metal and radionuclide ecotoxicology, radionuclide fate and transport studies, enhanced biomonitoring techniques, and outreach and education programs. And so the reason I list these are really in our wheelhouse because those are things that we do that reach across all our faculty. A lot of our faculty work in one or more of these areas, and many of them contribute in various ways to the outreach and all contribute to the education programs. So all of these things have a role for us on the Savannah River site that supports the missions and the tenets of the Savannah River site, allows us to conduct cutting-edge research and publish in good journals. So opportunities for 23. We're also going to enhance our analytical capabilities. We're setting up a high-resolution inductively coupled plasma mass spec, thermal ionization mass spec, and high-resolution mercury isotopic analysis. So, how, do you ask, do we obtain these? We obtain these when the MOX mission changed over to Savannah River pit production project. There were certain pieces of equipment that came available, and we were able to get those from the NNSA. So these 2 pieces of equipment together, that's about $1 million worth of equipment that we now have. We got it for free, and we're setting it up so that we can add it to the arsenal of things we can do on the site. So that was a very, very positive thing. NNSA was a great partner to us in helping us to get that, and it increased our capabilities to do our job. So that's been very good. The high-resolution mercury isotope analysis, I have a expert in mercury on my faculty. She has developed an introduction system for mercury that can be used with these high-resolution pieces of equipment and do isotopic signatures on mercury. There's only a few places in the country that can do that. So we're trying to stay out there on that cutting edge as hard as we can. We're also pursuing the NERP Scholars Initiative. I talked to you about that last time. I believe you have a resolution about that, which I greatly appreciate that support. I heard there were a little bit of confusion, and I wanted to straighten that out. So the idea here, fundamentally, with the NERP Scholars Program, is to support and find opportunities for students that come in the communities that surround the Savannah River site. Now, some of those students we found in HBCUs, okay? And we're going to partner with the HBCUs to try and identify those students. But that doesn't mean there's only students from HCBUs, right? So, for example, if we have a student who qualifies as someone who's in an underrepresented group or comes from a disadvantaged part of that community around us, and they go to USC Aiken, we'll target them, right? We'll try and get them to come in the program. Same thing from Augusta University. But we're also going to work, and that's one of the reasons I was trying to talk to Dr. Sejuan. We want to work with Savannah State. We want to work with Benedict. We want to work with South Carolina State and other universities to build a program that provides a pipeline and where we actually contribute through the experiential learning and a path to masters. So the bottom line is students don't have to come from a HBCU, but we will certainly be recruiting in those particular areas to get students into our program. The key is they come from the central Savannah River area around the Savannah River site. Those are the kids, when you think about environmental justice, I want something for them, right? I want something where we target those students and provide them opportunities as we can. We won't be able to provide everybody with an opportunity, but we will be doing something we're not doing today. Expanded outreach and education offerings with having Katrina on board. She's already started to mold our outreach program in new ways. Interestingly, we're very lucky to get her. Interestingly, she was a librarian in charge of the outreach programs for Anaheim Public Library. So she comes with a really nice set of background of how to run these programs, and she's already doing wonders for ours. Okay, so I'll just give you a couple of slides here. So when I talk about low-dose radiation and surveillance, what I'm talking about is being able to go to the DNA level and understand, right, from a toxicological perspective, what's happening to organisms and people just by looking at their DNA or what's attached to their DNA. And so we do that in a variety of ways, but one of the most unique ways is through our low-dose radiation facility. We have a small facility where we can take aquatic organisms like fish, we can expose them to really low doses of radiation, and then we can actually look at how their proteins and their carbohydrates and their metabolic products change in response to that radiation. And by doing that, when you do a proteome analysis on one of these guys, you might get 600 to 1,000 proteins that you identify. And all of those change in ways like they either get more of them or less of them, right? So if I get exposed to radiation across those 1,000, which ones go up, which ones go down, and that gives me a significant amount of information that I can use as a signature with something that I don't know anything about to tell me it's been exposed to radiation or not, right? So there's some cool things we can do with that. The other cool thing that we can do with it is to understand at the basic level if being exposed to low-dose radiation really is affecting you in negative ways or not. And that's another thing that we're after here, right? There's all kinds of confusion. We know that if you get exposed to high levels of radiation, story's over, right? Bad. But when you get down closer and closer and closer to background, we don't understand whether or not that has really negative, positive, or other, neutral changes. So what we're trying to figure out here is in that gray area down there, when you go and clean up an area, you still get exposed to low doses of radiation, right? Some are above background, some aren't. What's happening and does it matter? That's the question there. These are some papers just to prove that we do science. I gave you copies of some papers. These are on Medaka, which is a small fish. These are on bacteria, right? So we're also looking at bacteria in relation to radiation. We take an ecosystem approach to ecotoxicology. We were started, so I'll give you why. We were started by Gene Odom. Gene Odom was in the National Academy of Sciences, and he's known as the father of modern ecology, okay? And he was a big picture guy. So the Savannah River Ecology Lab will always have a big picture approach. So we want to know what's going on in the bugs and the microbes and the water and the soil and the critters and the air and the vegetation. Tying it all together is where you really learn, right, how this world is influenced by contaminants and how the world is connected. And papers there are like the metal removing constructed wetlands, copper, we do a lot of copper and zinc work, metal accumulation in dragonfly nymphs and crayfish. I gave you a talk a while back and talked to you about why we might do that. We do that because in that food chain, those are really important, and if they're picking it up, everything else is getting it too, right? Effective industrial disturbances on biodiversity of carrion-associated beetles. This one I'm on, and this one was really cool because what we did, you probably won't think it's all that cool because we took dead rabbits and we put them in a cage, we put them out in the woods. But what we did is we caught all the beetles that came to those. And we did it in areas that had a long history of radionuclide contamination and those that didn't, because I was interested to see if radionuclides in the environment had changed something as basic as what the insects that clean up carrion are, right? Because if it has, then it changed all the ecosystem functions beyond that. So when you think about the ecosystems, we're all looking up here, right? We're looking at the tigers and the bears and the lions and all of the cool stuff. But down here under them are all the insects that crawl around and make it all work. So that's why we're looking at those kinds of things. And then radiocesium accumulation in fish associated with some of the past reactor operations. Sediment and bioelement distribution in seams and streams disturbed by upland industrial. And then the idea of from farms to forest. We've got folks that are working in plant physiology looking at forest and at prescribed fire, since we have so much of that on the Savannah River site. We do a lot of research on wildlife movement, behavior, and uptake. You know, all these are critters that you will see on the Savannah River site. And we do a lot of research in that area. We've worked on metal exposure in alligators. We've looked at vertebrate scavengers in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Variation in metal tolerance associated with southern toads. One of the reasons we're working with southern toads is because they're very sensitive to some of these contaminants, right? And so if you work with southern toads, you can quickly learn what's going on in that environment relative to some of the metals we're interested in. Ecotoxoparasitology, that's a mouthful, of mercury and trace elements in semi-aquatic mammals. So the idea there is, can we look at these parasites and understand what's happening to the host from a toxicological perspective? And then methyl mercury in mosquitoes. One of my scientists went and looked to see whether areas that had more mercury contamination had more or less mosquitoes, because what we found out is mercury inhibited, and they're in that egg stage, and a little, everybody's looked in a bucket of water somewhere, and there's all these little larvae that are mosquito. But they don't do well when there's mercury in there, right? So that inhibits the mosquito growth, which also has disease ramifications. Okay, where have all the turtles gone? We've got people that work on conservation biology. Whit Gibbons is in particular very famous for his efforts in that area. And then we have folks that are working on both desert tortoises as well as gopher tortoises here in the southeast. And then outreach and monitoring for local communities, environmental justice. We've had a number of programs in that area. It ties well to our outreach program. But recently I funded a student to actually look at the science policy changes for DOE's National Environmental Research Parks. Right? So we are very proud that Savannah River Site was the first National Environmental Research Park. But the funding for National Environmental Research Parks is no longer centralized. And there's no big program at DOE that funds all those 7 sites. So what we wanted to understand was, how did it used to be, what changed, and how is it today? And it's a really good master's thing. I was on her committee, and it really goes through the change in society that led to those changes in how that works. So if anybody's interested in that, I'll hook you up and you can read it. It's really cool. It's not just about what happened at DOE, it's what's happened in the United States, right? It's about how science was viewed and what was expected, and that change came with changes in priorities and funding. Very interesting story. Okay. Challenges for 23, funding environment for external grants and contracts. We continue to look for outside funds. As I've told you before, we can't live on bread alone, right? So we get money from DOE, and that's enough to get us a foot in the door so we can go find money from other places to make everything work. All right, and long-term stability of the SREL model. We've worked with both NNSA and DOEM to try and increase core dollars, and both groups have been very supportive and very positive, and they are trying to get us additional funding in 25. And that's where I think, in part, your resolution will help, because that resolution helps make the case for why we can use more dollars, right, to run these programs down the road, which also helps Mike and folks in NNSA make that case at DOE headquarters. And the administrative burden at current staff levels, this is a common, right? As we've grown, our staff has had to try and grow with it. That's also why we need additional dollars, because we have to make sure that we have appropriate safety folks and property management and folks who are actually looking after our radiological programs and maintenance and all those things. And as we grow, as you've seen, we've grown with our faculty, we also have to then grow with our support programs. Staff turnover, that's been something that's consistent throughout. Anybody that runs a business right now probably knows about staff turnover. Well, guess what? I run a business and I get the same problem, right? I got overhead, I got budgets, I got personnel and the whole 9 yards, and staff turnover has been a problem, and we continue to address it. And then additional resources to fulfill NERP Scholars' vision, which you've been kind enough to try and help act on. Graduate and undergraduate housing needs. I keep pivoting. Every time I get halfway down the road and I get turned back, we go a different way. So I'm working with UGA right now to try and find other options for housing, particular modular housing or something like that, so that we can try and get some space for our undergraduates and graduate students. Just wish me luck. Okay. That was it. I'm a little hoarse, sorry. I'll be happy to take questions now.
Phyllis, let's start with you.
Phyllis Britt, CAB. I was just wondering, I know it's early in the process, but how will you identify the students for the NERP Scholars Plan?
So that's a great question. It's one that we're struggling with too. But once we understand that we're actually probably going to have it funded, then we're going to go in. What I did originally was just use census numbers and a lot of the numbers that go with that. So I looked at the communities around us. I looked at economic numbers. I looked at college degree numbers. I looked at numbers that are associated. I looked at ethnicity, education level, all of those things. And there are indices that are now available from some of the federal programs, particularly in the environmental justice area, that you can look at, put those things into a formula, and determine whether or not you see those communities as underserved. And all of those communities are underserved. Okay. The next step for us is going to be figuring out what multivariate picture that looks like for us to go find. I don't want to be too exclusive because we want to make sure everybody, it fits under that umbrella, right? I mean, any kid that could use this opportunity needs to get it. And so I am hopeful that we'll have to turn people away, even though I don't want to. But we don't know yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Narinder.
Narinder Malik, CAB. And thank you, Dr. Rhodes, for giving us an update on Ecology Lab. I have 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
When the students come from other colleges or universities, do they bring their grant with them?
When the student, so for example, when students come from another university to do experiential learning with us, no, generally that comes from us.
Okay. My other question is, you just mentioned that you are planning to acquire about 35 acres to develop a complex. Would it be possible to build a building for the visiting graduate, undergraduate students for residential purposes?
So we explored that the very first thing. Actually, that very question is what started us down that path. But it turns out, so I still work for a university, right? And the university gets involved and they go, well, if you build it there, you need this. There's no utilities out there, right? I don't have sewer. I don't have easy water without a well. The cost of building out there is astronomically high, okay? So would it be a great idea? We put it in the lease that we would not do that precisely because I can't afford it.
Because I've seen in some universities, they're building residence for graduate students with married and single accommodation.
We'd love nothing more than to be able to do that. And we're working toward it.
Anything else from around the table? Charles.
Charles Hilton, CAB. As I look at y'all's funding breakdown, 49% EM, NNSA 10%. We've all heard that over the next 5 years, 10 years, whatever, NNSA becomes the new landlord.
Right.
Are you hearing anything about how that's going to impact your funding? I mean,
Right.
I see a whole lot of money coming from EM and not a whole lot coming.
Right. So So the only thing I know, I've had this conversation with Mike, and I've had this conversation with some of the other folks in the EM, and it sort of depends on how we're viewed in the big picture. From my perspective, we probably end up tied to the landlord, right? Potentially, right? Or we're viewed as an EM in function, and that's going to have to be worked out between EM and NSA. We have been involved in that discussion only to the point where we know it keeps going back and forth as to where we're going to land. And so we're hoping we can get some resolution on that within the next month or so, at least in the early planning stages of where they think they're going to put us. So from my perspective, there's some advantages to either, and it depends on, as you said, funding, right? So right now, we work extremely closely with the environmental stewardship group within EM. If that group goes to NNSA, then we might ought to as well, right? Because all of the people that we work with closely that help us actually understand us and help us do our job, they're over there. So the question is, ultimately, where are certain groups within EM and what functions are going to be transferred, and then where does it make most budgetary and strategic sense for us to be? We may not actually have a say in that when it's all said and done, but everybody's mentioned to me, Mike included, that they're involving us in those conversations as they happen. I understand what you're saying, but with some of those transition budget moves as well, right? We expect that. And we're in a landlord function budget right now, which I expect that we would remain in if we go over to NNSA.
And if I can change gears completely and go to reverse, I'm just curious, Dr. Odom, when he started this back in 51, what was his discipline? Was he a biologist? Was he a chemist? Or
no,
I mean, I see where he went. But
he was a zoologist.
Zoologist?
And his brother was a botanist. There were two. They were both real famous. H.T. Odom and it was, I don't know what was in the water over there, but they were both extremely famous, and they both ended up in the National Academy. They were both well known. And they worked together on and off throughout their career. I was fortunate enough when I was here as a graduate student. So I was a graduate student at SRL in the early 80s. And when I was here, Gene was still around, and he would come up every year and give a talk to us. And during the summer, we would plant a tree or something. And I got to know him. And he was a smart guy, right? But one of the other things that nobody talks about is he was a well-connected guy, right? You don't start SREL and you don't start the Getaway Institute for Oceanography and the University of Georgia Marine Institute and all those things without having strong political connections, right? So he was one of those rare scientists who also understood the real world and that politics matter, and that being connected to Atlanta made a big difference. And because of that, the University of Georgia benefited greatly.
Can I add to that?
Sure, Narendra.
Both of the
if you'll microphone.
Both of the brothers were plant ecologists.
Yeah.
And if you haven't read ecology book on ecology, you couldn't call yourself a student of ecology.
Yeah, right. Well, I call him a zoologist because he worked on all kinds of things, but actually the first thing he worked on when he came here was old field succession. So because there were all these agricultural fields that were abandoned, they wanted to see how long it took them to go back into various vegetative states and move back to forest. So one of the first things he looked at, that's why he's difficult to pin down, because he was interested in big picture. So he thought that radionuclides in the environment were an opportunity to follow energy through the system. So if you have a radionuclide in the environment, what picks it up, what grows, what goes, what eats it? So if you can't follow the energy, you could follow the radionuclide signature. And so at his time, in the 50s, that was perfectly acceptable, and it was something that they did experimentally. You can't do that now. But back then, you could actually look at how that moved through the environment and understand something about how the world's tied together.
Anything else from around the table? Gene, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So I know we're right on time. but we need to make a quick technology switch. We got to swap out laptops for the next presentation. So I want to give you a 10-minute break. If you can come back at 1:55, and we'll get started again.
What's that? I got it, thanks.
All right. Forwards. Oh. Forwards, backwards, laser. Yeah, forward. Can you turn me down? I'm on.
And she spells her name exactly like me.
Who?
Katrina, the new outreach and education.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
We got one more presentation, we got a vote, and then we're done. Are you going to come to like the orientation on the 7th and 8th?
I think so. I'm debating about the tour because I've been on numerous tours, so I don't know if I need that.
But I also like to get a refresher too.
Yeah.
So you can pay the morning, then a tour, and then the Wednesday is all day.
Yeah.
We have about 8 minutes.
All right, folks, looks like we're about ready to go. If we can find our seats, wrap up our conversations, and bring it back in. I know we're a minute or two early, but it looks like we got just about everybody. Are we okay to get started? Yeah, let's rock and roll. Pete, are you ready?
I'm ready, James.
Let's do it.
My name is Pete Hill. I am the System Planning Manager for SRMC. With me today, I have Andrew Jung. He's our lead model developer, and he's in charge of model utilization as well. He'll be running the model when we get to that portion of the presentation. I also have a couple of our DBD team members in the back, Jeremy Bass, Scott Williamson-Owens, and Charlie Jackson. So quick agenda, and this really feeds into the next slide. You know, what's the purpose of this presentation? It's to familiarize the CAB with the concept of modeling, and then to familiarize the CAB with models that are currently being developed by SRMC and our teaming subcontractor, DBD. So what is a model? You know, simply, it is a program that runs on a computer that is a digital representation or a simulation of the real world. If you've ever played solitaire on your phone, that is a model, right? It's a digital representation or a simulation of a card game. Now, models can be simple, like solitaire on your phone, or they can be more complex, like the models that are used to predict where a hurricane will make landfall, or the models that we use to simulate the liquid waste system here at SRS. So how are models used? So there's two things I hope you get out of the presentation. The first is that we use models to simulate the entire liquid waste life cycle, the entire mission completion, from where the waste is today until it's either vitrified in glass or solidified in saltstone. And this quote comes from the GAO, Government Accountability Office. Outputs from these computer models are used to generate charts, graphs, tables, schedules, etc., that we publish in our system plan. And that system plan then is the representation of the liquid waste life cycle of the Savannah River site. Additionally, that information is used to inform annual budget requests at the headquarters and congressional level. Additionally, the models allow us to run thousands of simulations, and then from those simulations identify process or facility improvements that are most likely to accelerate the liquid waste mission. Because that's what our objective is to complete the mission as fast as possible. There are a myriad of improvements we could choose to deploy. The models then help us select which ones of those we believe will be most effective. So, you know, who's DBD? I mentioned they're one of our team. They are a teaming subcontractor. They are an engineering services firm based in the UK. They provide a broad spectrum of engineering services. What they're doing for us in the modeling realm falls in this mission optimization category. And they have a lot of experience in modeling nuclear facilities. Over here on the right side, Dune Ray, AWE, and Sellafield are all nuclear facilities in the UK. Here in the United States for DOE, they're at Idaho and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Not on this slide, they're also working at Hanford in plateau remediation, obviously with SRMC on the liquid waste mission. And they're also supporting SRNS here at Savannah River Site with the L Basin, the inventory through H Canyon mission. So what are the models that we're developing right now? And I mentioned optimizations, what they're helping with. You'll see that's in the name of both of the models. There's a technical optimization model, or TOM, and a process optimization, or POM. The technical optimization model models process chemistry And the process optimization model is an operations research or an OR type model. And I'll talk about each one of those. So as we mentioned, the technical optimization model, or TOM, it uses a software called GPROMS, and it simulates fluid flow and chemistry in our processes. And it has the ability, it has the ability to take fundamental chemical engineering principles, such as mass balances and rate kinetics, and then combine that with liquid waste specific information. And in this example here, we have SRNL experimental data on how effectively monosodium titanate removes strontium from our salt waste. And an example of then how we can use this tool. So right now, this is a flow of SWPF. We receive salt solution from the tank farm, tank 49. We receive it into an alpha sorption tank where we add monosodium titanate. Now what happens there is the strontium and actinides like plutonium that are in the salt solution adsorb onto the surface of the MST. Right now, for every liter of salt waste we get out of tank 49, we had 0.4 grams of monosodium titanate. And then we let that sit in the strike tank for 12 hours. That's called the strike time. After the 12 hours are over, we filter that material. The MST with the actinides and strontium adsorbed onto it are filtered out and sent to DWPF for vitrification. The clarified salt solution then goes to solvent extraction where cesium is removed. Again, the cesium goes to DWPF for vitrification, and the decontaminated salt solution right now goes to saltstone for solidification in grout. The facility has a second, the ability to do a second strike and operate a second filter. It is currently not in use. Today, the rate limiting step in the SWPF process is filtration. Ideally, it would be solvent extraction, and we'll see that in the model. You'd like to see solvent extraction running at 100%. But where we are today, and like I said, you'll see that in the model, is this filtration is limiting throughput of SWPF. So the question was asked, instead of adding all of the MST and doing a 12-hour strike at the front, what if we only add half at the front, do a 6-hour strike, do solvent extraction, and then add the second half of the MST on the back end for another 6-hour strike? What impact would that have on the removal of strontium and actinides from the decontaminated salt solution? So that removal is what we call decontamination factor. So this little table down here on the right-hand side, the values in brackets are the baseline. So that's the 0.4 grams per liter for a 12-hour strike. The higher number decontamination factor is better. That means it's doing a better job decontaminating, removing more of the strontium and actinides. So in this table here, you can see that the decontamination factor for strontium in the base case was 170. And the second half of the table tells us how close we are to the waste acceptance criteria that has to be met before you can send it on to saltstone. So there, a lower number is better. And in the baseline case, for strontium, we're under 0.1% of the waste acceptance criteria with the 170 decontamination factor. And for plutonium, decontamination factor 39 and about 2% of the WAC. So then we compare that to, well, what if we do this modified MST addition and strike? What's the impact on decontamination factor? And you can see that it actually improves for both strontium and plutonium, and you'd see the same thing for the other actinides as well. So this strategy of moving some of the MST addition to after solvent extraction and utilizing both filters would not have a negative impact on the decontamination ability of SWPF. Additionally, this graph here, this is plutonium and strontium loading onto the MST in the first stage and the second stage. And what you see here is that the MST in the second stage is not getting nearly as loaded as the MST in the first stage. So it's not being as used as efficiently. And so a better strategy may be to add a third in the front and 2/3 in the back, or a quarter in the front and 2/4 in the back, so you can get both of those MST strikes equally loading and get the most efficient use out of your MST. So that's a way we use this technical optimization model. The second model, which we're actually going to run here in just a second, is the program optimization model. It tracks fluid movement and resources. So if we wanted to track pumps or individuals or cranes, whatever, we can have the ability to do that within the model. It utilizes a software called AnyLogic. So this is an overview of the model. Up here on the top, these are the waste tanks. There's F tank farm on the left. In the center is H tank farm, the west hill, and the east hill is over here. We have SWPF, DWPF, and saltstone, and there are the SDUs right there. Additionally, you'll notice these boxes, they're called diversion boxes. So if we wanted to transfer, for example, from tank 34 to 26, it would have to go through F diversion box 3 and 4. So when you see the model run, when one of those resources, diversion box, is being utilized for a transfer, it'll change color. Yellow means it's being used by one transfer. There are some cases where we can actually have two transfers going through a diversion box at the same time, and that'll turn red. That's HDB7 there. And with that, Andrew, can you start the model? Oh, yeah, it's not showing here. Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's running on his screen. Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's the model running. Thank you, Andrew. And again, so that the time's flying real fast. Maybe you slow it down just a hair for me, Andrew. And so as I mentioned, you'll see some of these diversion boxes are being seized and used for a transfer. That's when the color's changing. Different activities are occurring in tanks. Andrew, can you zoom in on tank 27, please? So right now in the model, if he gets there fast enough, tank 27 is undergoing salt dissolution. That's where we have the hard salt cake. We add liquid to it. A portion of the salt cake dissolves into salt solution. That gets transferred forward where it is eventually incorporated into feed for SWPF. Okay, so you can run on tank 27. I think you went on tank 25. Yep, right there. Okay, yeah, so you can see what right here. And if you have one of our waste tank cards, the colors align. So the pink is salt cake. And every time you see a green bump that we're adding a liquid to the tank, salt dissolution is occurring and that's being transferred forward. Go back to the main overview and go to tank 51, please. So tank 51 is the tank where we accumulate sludge and prepare it to be sent to DWPF. It undergoes a washing and a qualification process. Right here, we're accumulating sludge. Maybe run it a little faster. And you'll see the washing occurring here shortly. So right now, the model is simulating even faster if you can. That's okay. So it's washing the sludge. Go to tank 49, please. You see, so this is tank 49 transferring. It's running very fast. So that's the tank transferring to SWPF and then being refilled. So it's simulating fluid movements through the tank farm. Now, if you can go to the SWPF. section and then slow it down a little for me, please. Okay, so as we mentioned, this is similar to the diagram I showed in the MST discussion, but this is the solvent extraction or the cesium removal. Ideally, you'd like to see this at 100% all of the time. But here is the strike tank filling up. Like I said, it's running fast, but it's waiting for 12 hours. Feeds that forward. It's being filtered. And then we get this salt solution feed tank. Solvent extraction is occurring. The decontaminated solutions moving on to saltstone and the cesium, and then the loaded MST move on to DWPF. So if you can go to DWPF, Andrew. So here is the representation of DWPF, processing vessels right here, Schratz-Mead melter feed tank. This is the condensate that is accumulated and sent back. This is called DWPF recycle. Go down to the melt cell. So this is tracking the canisters as they're filled. If you look at the turntable every once in a while, you'll see a can disappear. That means it was filled. And then that full can will have a temporary plug installed that goes through decontamination, moved on to the weld test cell where the permanent plug is installed, and then the canister will be moved by the shielded canister transporter out to glass waste storage. And we can model, for example, I mentioned resources. For example, due to shift staffing levels, on the night shift, we can move one canister at a time or do one canister operation. On the day shift, we can do two, and that's programmed into the model. And yes, right here, it's like the number of operators that are available. So as it shifts from day to night, the number that are available to move canisters within the facility are tracked. Okay, now go to saltstone. Okay, here we'll have the fly ash and slag silos filling and depleting. And it takes a long time, so you don't really see a whole lot, but the SDUs are filling right now. 3, 6, 7 through 12 are in the model. And then with that, so that's the model operation. And as I mentioned, then we can utilize output of the model to determine things like where should we focus our attention on improvement. So Andrew, if you can go to the Power BI, please. So while he's pulling that up, so the model is simulating the liquid waste life cycle from today until it's done and recording all of the transfers that occur, all of the canisters that are produced, every gallon of grout. And as I mentioned, within SWPF, you would like solvent extraction to be running 100% at 100% of its rate all of the time. And what this table is anytime solvent extraction is not at that 100% value, it records why. So why is solvent extraction not running at 100%? And it decreases that from the theoretical maximum throughput. So in this case, which represents where we are today, pretty much, we're about 6 gallons per minute per filter. And you'll see that the reasons that we're below 100% throughput are driven by green a lot. And if you look at the chart, it tells you that green means that filtration is limiting how much we can run through solvent extraction. What we can use the model for then is hypothetically, well, what if we're able to, and we have suggestions like modified MST addition strategies and other improvements within SWPF. When we improve filtration, where do we start limiting solvent extraction? And this is an example where the filtration was increased to 12 gallons per minute. And here you see a lot more blue. And in this case, it means DWPF, or more specifically, the ability of DWPF to receive that cesium-laden strip effluent stream and process it into vitrified glass. In this scenario is now the limiting item for liquid waste. So it tells us, instead of waiting till filtration's improved and then start targeting our ability to handle strip effluent, we need to start working on improving strip effluent handling today so that the mission is completed faster. Power BI also does some other things for us. Go to the transfer court. So this is kind of neat. It shows all the transfers. This is F-tank farm that are occurring. For example, this is tank 26 to tank 27. Here would be a tank 2 going to tank 7, going to tank 26. So it tracks all of the transfers that occur in that life cycle scenario. The wider the line, the more that transfer path is used. So what this tells us is that we need to focus our preventive maintenance and predictive maintenance and equipment reliability, spares on hand, that kind of thing on these tanks, 26, 45, 27, because they are more important in the mission than some of these other tanks at the bottom. 46 is used very little, et cetera. So the guys operating the facilities can use this information to target plant health. So we can also then get, I mentioned a list of all the transfers that occurred. Additionally, what this tells us, this is the salt batches that are compiled for SWPF. It gives us the recipes for each one of those and the timing. And if you just pause right there, Andrew, anywhere. So right here, we'll look at batch 45, gets compiled in tank 27, and it has, can't read the number there, but it looks probably about 700,000 gallons of dissolved salt out of tank 26, 200,000 gallons of that DWPF recycle, no extra water, and a very small amount of caustic. Sometimes we have to add caustic to get the hydroxide level up. There are minimum hydroxide concentration limits for SWPF. So the model can tell us the recipes for all the future batches. Additionally, over here on the right side, it shows us a timeline for each of the batches. The light blue is when the various ingredients are being compiled into the blend tank. Dark blue is when that batch is being sampled and qualified. And then orange is when the batch is qualified and waiting for SWPF to call for it. So this tells us that we have excess capacity to prepare feed for SWPF, and we need to focus on those equipment reliability issues instead of trying to improve throughput within the tank farm. And that was that. Last slide, if you can get back to the slide presentation. Yep. So it's great having a model, and it's really cool to see the lights flash. But how do you know it's giving you an answer that you can trust? You know, if we're going to invest millions of taxpayer dollars to go improve strip effluent throughput and filtration, do we know that the model's giving us reliable results? I mean, how many times have you seen hurricane predictions and it lands somewhere totally else, right? So we used 3 levels of verification here. The way the model's developed is our subject matter experts provide input to DBD, and that's documented. And that'll have things, for example, like this particular pump will transfer 70 gallons a minute. The tank holds 8,000 gallons, et cetera. Then the DBD modelers use that to develop the model. Now, independently, DBD has modelers who did not build the model go and do a check to make sure that if the basis document says 70 gallons a minute, what actually got coded into the model is 70 gallons a minute. So they do an independent peer check internal to the model. We also then run the model simulating the way things are today in the facility, and we give that then to the subject matter experts. And we'll show them that the cycle time within DWPF is 180 hours, and they'll look at it and say, yep, that looks right, and each one of those individual steps looks right. We show them that according to the model, solvent extraction is running at 50% a majority of the time, and they'll confirm that that is meeting what we're actually seeing in the facility. So we compare current conditions that the model says we should see to the actual facility. And then, as I mentioned several times, we model the liquid waste system from today until it's complete. And how do you know that life cycle projection is accurate? Well, what we do in this area is we have previous life cycle models that we used. And those models were independently verified by 3 different groups. The GAO came and sent a team, and headquarters sent 2 different teams. The second one there, that MITRE, headquarters actually hired a modeling group out of MIT called MITRE to build their own independent model and confirm that we were getting reasonable results. And that's what all three of those independent audits of our previous tool indicated, that they thought that our models were providing reasonable projections of the liquid waste life cycle. And so then by running the current model with similar scenarios to ones that were run with the previous model, we can benchmark, for example, are we producing the correct number of cans? Are we generating the same volume of liquid waste, et cetera? The processing rates are very similar. So the model gets validated, a rigorous validation process before we start making any changes to the facility based on the model. And with that, take any questions.
All right. Any questions from around the table? Jim, we'll start with you.
That's a very impressive model, very impressive. Is there a role perhaps for artificial intelligence in dealing with all of this wonderful data you've accumulated?
Yes, and that's in the plan. So the model, I didn't say that the model's not done, right? So this is the first step. We've gotten the OR model, or the optimization model, program optimization model, to where it can simulate the life cycle. The next step is to have the chemistry model and the OR model talk to do even more accurate depiction of, for example, exactly which radionuclides are in each can. And then the final step is it's actually called Awesome 2. It's a model that sits above that. It integrates the two models, can run them together, and eventually will incorporate some artificial intelligent features.
What's your timeline look like for doing some of this?
So I'm hoping by the end of this year to have the two models talking together, producing a life cycle model. The next step then is to start laying funding into that model so that we can answer questions like, if you got 50 million less or 50 million more, what's the impact of the life cycle? Does it change the sequence of events? So that's FY24. So it's in the late 24, FY25 timeframe before we get to that. That's one of the last things we'll get to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Candace?
Candace Cave Cab. I have a few clarifying questions. So one of them was about whether the two systems or models communicate. So you already answered that. But are they developed by the same contractor?
Yes, yeah. DBD is developing both of those models, and we have regular team meetings where everyone, both the Tom and Palm modelers, are there. Dr. Scott Williamson Owens is kind of the lead over both of the models, and he makes sure that those efforts are coordinated.
Okay, so another question: when you're doing the modeling, do you factor in geographical things, like if the tank is below the water table or above the water table, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so we can. That's a very good question. I didn't mention it. So part of that, the modeling logic, in addition to just hard things like the tank holds 1 million gallons or pumps 70 gallons a minute, we can then prioritize. Hey, we want you to take the waste out of the tanks in the water table first. And our priorities are get the waste out of the tanks in the water table. So that's 9 and 10 and 11 first, 13 and 14. And then go to F tank farm and get the waste out of the type 1 tanks there. So that's tanks 1 through 8. Then get the waste out of the rest of F tank farm. And then eventually over to H tank farm. So yes, we can, with the coding, prioritize which tanks are pursued first.
Okay. And can you give me an example of, because you keep saying optimization, so is this more about saving money, time?
Well, yeah, in our world, they're really the same thing. Every year we run the liquid waste system is nominally $1 billion. Mm-hmm. So if we can use the model to make the facilities run faster, then we're shaving time off the back end, which is saving the taxpayers dollars. Now, ultimately, we can also look at, I mentioned these improvements. For example, handling strip effluent within DWPF, you can either reduce the volume of the strip effluent, or you can do physical modifications to have DWPF process it faster, so that reducing the volume of strip effluent is less expensive. So the model then helps us figure out, for the dollars we have available, can we get the most improvement with the least investment? So we can invest in getting the waste out of the tanks and through the facility.
Thank you.
Narinder.
Narinder Balak, just simple question. When the model is applied, do you verify physically that it's working?
Can you ask it the question a different way, Narinder?
Well, do you verify the chemistry?
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
proper?
very good. Yeah, so that's kind of back on the just one slide here. So part of this verification, we can take what's in sludge batch 9 being fed to DWPF and what is coming from SWPF to DWPF and use the model to project, here's what's going to be in a canister. We can compare that projection to what we actually measure in DWPF. So yes, we can do that and do that.
Greg?
Thank you, Greg Murray CAB. Very interesting presentation. I love this stuff. So in terms of validating your model, you're just talking about how, I guess that'd be the second square, the second box up there. So how close is it? You say you're trying to project what's in a canister. How close is it?
Yeah, I don't know that I have a, it's close, and I don't have a quantitative like 5% or 2% or 1%. And the good thing is we have the ability then to adjust the model till we're comfortable. And currently we've been focusing on the OR model and put a lot of effort into that. In fact, we're working with DWPF, this week and next week on those cycle times internal to the facility to sharpen the pencil even more. But it's very close.
Very close.
And yeah, I'll try and get some quantitative numbers and get those to you.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And then finally, what advances have you made using the model? What has it changed to this point that's tangible?
Yeah, so I'll say nothing yet. We just the model is still in development. Really, at the end of November, beginning of December, is to where we got to where we could run a complete life cycle. The first model with the varied MST strike strategies, we are at the very beginning stages within SWPF of starting it probably this week, starting some of those modified MST addition strategies to try and improve throughput. And so that's the most concrete example. That's the first thing we're tackling.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Charles?
Charles Hilton CAB, this is fascinating.
I'm sorry, one more thought. Yeah, the important question is we are just finishing this verification right here is finishing this week. So you need to finish the verification before you start applying the model. And that's one of probably the primary reason we haven't started implementing things sooner is that even though the model was complete, the verification is finishing right now. I'm sorry.
That's fine. This is how you best utilize the whole stream in the future. But I can't help but think when I look at the bottom box, previous life cycle modeling, one of my pet peeves is, well, this year we hit 1.6 million gallons of throughput. I thought we were supposed to hit 2. It's designed for 9. I'm a taxpayer. Something's wrong. October, we hit 400 and something another, which equates to 4.25 million for the coming year. Can you put back the data from the previous year's operation and say, what did we do wrong? What did we do to fix it? And where do we go?
So yes, we're really going from where we are today. And that's telling us that filtration is what's limiting us at SWPF. It gives some suggestions. It doesn't model the filter specifically. So those improvements are generated within the facility. We can then, as I said before, quantify that when filtration is improved, what's the next bottleneck that will occur and where should we address our focuses? Looking backwards, in theory, we could go model, if filtration was 2 gallons a minute, from a year ago, and that may show us something we can look at.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from around the table? Jim?
Yeah, hi, Jim Folk, Dewey. I just add 2 things, and one relates closely to your question. First, yesterday you heard several times we talked about the new FFA agreement, right? And so, this model, while Pete talks about the total model's not done, parts and pieces have been done, and the OR piece is an important part of that. But that fed our discussions with DHEC and EPA. So we went through, looked at all those old style tanks. They were able to provide early finish, late finish kind of dates for each of these. I think you ran 70-some cases, which before we couldn't do under write an Excel spreadsheet kind of version. It took forever to run models. Now they crank them out in minutes. And so, number one, that fed that FFA discussion. So when we sit at the table and say, here are our commitments for going out and finishing these last old style tanks on your FFA, we have pretty good confidence in it because of exactly what Pete's been talking about. The second point is that you've heard of Mike talk about, hey, we're going to finish by 2037. SRMC has said we want to be the last contractor here to finish the liquid waste program. So what I've challenged these guys to do also is look out there at 2037. What does the model tell us? Okay, and if we start seeing things that say, oops, this is bumping beyond that, then come back to today, use your model, and tell me what I have to go focus on. So, that's kind of the interaction that I anticipate out of this. One, we've already got quite a bit out of it. And then number 2, where is the pinch point, and what can I do today to go affect 14 years from now? I just wanted to add that in. Thanks.
All right. Anything else from around the table? Pete, thank you so much. You pass it back quickly. Okay, before we move into public comment, I just want to verify while they're switching laptops. Heather, we're going to do the clickers for voting, right? Okay, just making sure. Everybody should have a clicker. I checked the public comment signing up sheet. I didn't see anybody signed up, so I want to just double check. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment today? No one's going to make a public comment and buy me 30 seconds for a laptop switch? Okay, it's fine.
I'll buy you 30 seconds
Sweet.
and just say that while those guys were fascinated by that presentation, about 99% of it was way over my head. So I'm glad you guys were fascinated by it. And great job, Pete.
All right, so why don't we do it like this? Since we have the clickers for voting, it's a little bit easier when we go from one vote to the next. Why don't we just do a real brief rehash of each recommendation first before we vote on them? So the first one that comes up is the closure for recommendation 374. Did anyone have any additional comments that you wanted to make about that one before we know what we vote? Don't vote yet. If you're looking at your clicker, you're doing it wrong. Put it down. So 374, remember that was the one that was recommended for closure by the committee. Were there any outstanding questions? We all know what we're going to do there. Okay. The next one was ensure public participation. So do we need to pull that one up? Do we need to have any additional comments that we need to make about that one? I want to make sure I'm going in the right order. Okay. The next one would be the funding for SREL for the NERP Scholars Program. Were there any additional comments, questions, concerns about that one? Greg?
What did we end up changing that language to? Or did we go back to local communities like
Heather,
Dr.
can you
Rose
scroll
said?
down to the recommendation section on that one? That way we can show what it did. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we added this, local communities and HBCUs. Based off what Dr. Rhodes said to us, that may not necessarily need to be added. Kim?
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday, and we said we agreed that it was minority serving institutions.
Yes, MSIs, minority serving institutions.
Okay.
That captures more than just the HBCUs. It deals with tribal, Hispanic, basically covers any minority serving.
Yeah, we looked it up, and it includes HBCUs. HBCUs, Hispanic, AAPI.
So the way that this is worded, if we were to change that, it would be minority serving institutions, local communities and minority serving institutions, which is a more inclusive way of saying not just the local communities, but also these facilities. Okay.
And I think that also gets to the point that you were asking, Phyllis, that you were asking Gene about earlier when he presented.
Okay. Any further questions, comments, concerns about this one, Charles? In the microphone, if you would, please.
Charles Hilton Cab. I wrote the comment down from the presentation today from Dr. Rhodes, and the key is from, quote unquote, from him, local communities. Why do we need to put anything else in there?
He's asking y'all, he's not asking me.
Kim Ray Cab. He did say that he was doing partnerships with the HBCUs because they were encouraging students at those institutions to apply for those programs. He did say if there was a student from another local college, they would not rule them out, as long as they fell into whatever qualifications they were. For example, if you've got an African-American student at USC Aiken, that's not a minority serving institution. But if they are a needy student under what those qualifications are, they're going to accept them because they're an underserved student. I mean, white males are not underserved. If anything, they're overserved. So that's what he said they were looking for he said they were looking for underserved students.
I was looking for that
But
disadvantaged
again,
communities.
The key language is from local communities, and that's from his presentation today.
Steve?
I guess I would kind of look at this as we are a non-expert, non-technical advisory board that is setting up a recommendation, doing our best to make sure that we've included as much as we can. Their job to look at it and tell us, know what you meant, but it's not that. That can be part of the response in my view, and I think we've expressed our intent in that language.
And it says local communities, so they're not. It says students from local communities, so they're not excluded. They're included. It says and. It says students from local communities and minority serving institutions, et cetera.
Greg?
Yeah, Greg Murray Cap. I'm going to agree with Charles on this because the question becomes when you add an and, you're actually expanding it beyond local communities. So I would propose that we strike and minority serving institutions.
What about this? So the wording that he actually used was disadvantaged local communities. Right? So what if we wrote it as disadvantaged local communities? We could strike the and that would still be inclusive of. Narinder?
I think if I read it correctly, the environmental justice is basically leaning towards minority communities. I mean, Ken can say a little bit more about that because he is already working with the environmental justice funding.
So what do we want to do, folks? Vote. Yeah. Leave it in. Yeah. Katrina.
Katrina Belser, CAB. So are we going to vote on taking that out? Is that what we're coming to before we actually vote on the recommendation?
Well, what did you mean when you said, did you mean vote on the wording or vote on the recommendation itself? I heard somebody say vote on the wording.
Since there's such discrepancy there, I think we need to vote on the wording, then go to the recommendation.
Okay. So the recommendation, not the recommendation, is the motion to include and minority serving institutions. Okay. Do we have a second for the motion? Okay. I don't have a pre-prepared vote for it, so this can't be a clicker vote, folks. We have to pre-prepare for those. You can do it real quick. Heather says she can do it like right now. If I can ad lib for like a minute and a half, Heather says we can do it. And we're going to ad lib for about a minute and a half because Amy's nodding furiously at me and I have nothing prepared for that at all. Right, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll wait. Not a problem. Yeah, I used to have like a little bag of tricks to keep these going, and it's empty. Converted the crib to a toddler bed over the weekend, and now he just runs amok. Anybody want to talk about that? How sleeping is an adventure now? No? It would be to include and minority serving institutions. If you'll just write that at the top, yeah, we'll just make that the question, and it'll be a yay, nay, abstain.
While we're waiting on the previous comments, Amy, I'm right there with you.
Yep, yay, nay, abstain. Okay, are we ready? Hang on. Don't do anything yet. He's going to tell us. He's going to be real loud, and then I'm going to repeat it. Yeah, but you have to pump it up, don't you? No, just this one, but you got to make it, like, don't you have to start the slideshow? Right. Okay. Now you're allowed to vote. Yes, now you may vote. 1 is yay, 2 is nay, 3 is abstain. We should have 11 votes. Hang on. There's another one right here from where Rana left. Yep. I'm just making sure. All right. That's 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Because there's 12 of us now. Dr. Sajon came back in. Okay. Yep, that's it. Close the vote. Okay. Yay, we're going to leave it in. 67%. We're going to leave it in. 67% yay, 33% nay, 0 abstains. Yep. So the yays have it. Okay. So we're going to leave it in, and that's what we're going to move. So beyond that, are there any other questions, comments, concerns that don't involve that one line? Okay. So for the last recommendation, the materials processing manager, are there any questions, comments, concerns about this one? Materials processing, we dropped the word manager from the title. Anything about this one? Okay. So we know how we're going to vote across the board on these? Are we ready? All right, let's go. Yep. 374, or closed 374. 1 yay, 2 nay, 3 abstain. Two more people. There it is. All right, Heather. Passes 100%. Yeah. The contrast will be better next time, I promise. Let's go to the next one. So ensure cab input during and after the transfer authority for. Okay. You got it? All right, folks. Shh. Okay. So let's go to the next one. Yep. Voting is open. This was the transfer to NSA, the public cab input. 1 is yay, 2 is nay, 3 is abstain. One more. Hit it a couple times just in case, even if you think you've already voted. Let's be sure. There we go. All right. That is 92% yay and 8% nay. So the motion passes. Let's go to the last one. We already did that one. Oh, that was the wording. Yeah, sorry. All right, go ahead and vote. This is funding for Savannah River Ecology Laboratory. All right, that's 12. The motion passes 92%, 8% nay. Okay. And then the next one, materials processing. Ignore the title here. Yay, nay, abstain, 1, 2, and 3. There it is. 92% yay, 8% nay, 0% abstain. Motion passes. All right. So all 3 pass. Congratulations. One last piece of cab business is going to be the election for subcommittee chairs. Do you have the ballots for those ready? These are paper ballots, folks. Yep, these are paper ballots. He did. Carlos voted and Rana have voted, so we have theirs. All right. Audrey's going to hand these out to you, and if you'll go ahead and fill it out, and I'll come back behind her and pick them up. If you would please fold them in half. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Bobby. Let's fold this in half. Because write-ins are possible. You never know what the future holds. Thank you. Thank you, Phyllis. Yeah. And Amy, I'm just going to count these in front of you real quick. And we'll just look for anything that's not a... It's okay. We only do this once a year, so I mean, it's not like it's... That's what we should have done. Make it a punch card. That'd been a lot more fun. If you would like to. All right. Amy Boyette, DDFO, will announce the results of the election.
And the winners are... For Facilities Disposition and Site Remediation, the chair is Phyllis Britt. For Nuclear Materials, Jim Gill. Waste Management, Candace Cave. And Administrative and Outreach, Katrina Belser. Congratulations and thank you all.
All right, folks. Newly elected chairs, if you will ask around for vice chairs if you haven't already, and inform me sooner rather than later who has accepted the job. Any parting comments before I ask Greg to close it out for us? Any questions, comments, concerns that you feel like we needed to address today to be successful? Greg, the floor is yours, sir.
All righty, thank you all very much today. I wanted to take a minute. Thanks, staff, for putting together a great agenda for us, a nice meeting. I like this place a lot. I'm looking forward to going to some other places that are equally interesting. Thank you to the kind folks, whoever it was who brought the donuts and coffee this morning. It was very much appreciated, and we appreciate you doing it. I wanted to thank the 4 chairs who just were elected or re-elected. Thank you for undertaking that service. It's a great job to have. You learn a lot. I do encourage people, if it makes sense to you, although you got to work with people who you're comfortable with, to particularly if you're in your second term as one of these chairs, try to, if you can, try to get somebody new to be your vice chair, if that makes sense, so that we can build some experience within the ranks. And then finally, new member orientation is, I believe, February 7th and 8th. So hopefully that's on your schedule. Hopefully you all can come. I think James has said that the current members don't have to come, but it's certainly a good opportunity to go refresh on sort of CAB procedures and what we're doing, and to meet some of our new folks and make them welcome so that they stick around. So unless there's anything else, I am going to thank everybody once again, and we are adjourned. All right.
All right, Mr. Clark. All right, yes, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you. At least you know what's going on. I'm just like, what?